Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
A big win for the Ravens over the Cincinnati Bengals. The final score, Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. The Ravens improving their record, now being 8-3. That keeps them at the top of the AFC North. Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, November 17th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our weekend forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. We're talking about temperatures today that are going to be even warmer than yesterday. We are tracking some rain as we get into your Friday evening, but overall, not going to be too much to get in your way. You can see right now our Towson camera. We got a few clouds hanging around, even some patchy fog, especially out through Essex and Middle River. Looking at numbers right now that are in the 40s, so some cooler, even some milder conditions, still some 50s actually in Westminster and Stevensville right now. So overall, next couple of hours, our temperatures will hang in the 40s. We'll keep those clouds around as well. And then we'll take a closer look at that full forecast, including what we can expect for the weekend and the all-important travel holiday next week.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible. And our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning, in a city in crisis, we are hearing a strong message from City Councilman Eric Costello. He says he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore moving forward. Costello claims it's time for a change, and he believes that Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
Well, this is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it happened less than 40close if an investigation is underway, but any possible disciplinary action would be posted on the board's website. A spokesperson for Johns Hopkins says, in part, they share the concern of many about the, quote, deeply disturbing social media posts, and they are committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment. For their full response on the situation, you can head to foxbaltimore.com. A federal judge declares a mistrial in the trial of Breonna Taylor's death. The charges a jury could not decide on for the former Louisville police officer who fired stray bullets that killed Taylor. And today we are warmer than average with some showers moving through tonight into the early morning hours. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if we stay dry for your Thanksgiving Day forecast. And before we head to break, we'll take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. Our roads around the region looking pretty good from these cameras here. Time now 4:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, a former Louisville police officer awaits another decision by prosecutors after he fired stray bullets in a botched raid that left Breonna Taylor dead. A federal judge declared a mistrial for 47-year-old Brett Hankison after a jury deadlocked on civil rights charges. He was charged with using excessive force in violation of Taylor's rights. He fired 10 shots into her apartment in a botched drug warrant search in 2020, but none of them struck anyone. Hankison could appear in court again for a retrial, but that's up to federal prosecutors. In South Carolina, a judge who oversaw Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial has recused himself from future proceedings pertaining to the case. That is according to an order filed by the state Supreme Court yesterday. Murdaugh's attorneys had requested Judge Clifton Newman either be disqualified or recuse himself over any post-trial motions. However, yesterday's filing also denied a request from Murdaugh's attorneys to remove Newman from Murdaugh's upcoming state trial on financial charges. That's set to begin on November 27th. The request for a new murder trial is still pending. This morning, Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from Mayor Brandon Scott about the city's gun violence task force, how he responded when we asked about Safe Street's possible gang ties after cutting our questions short the day before.
So to wash or not to wash when it comes to prepping your turkey? I'm Liz Bonus. It is the great debate. We're going to talk about it next.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Financial support of anti-Israel protests. Where's the money coming from? We follow the money trail this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Now to a health watch. The CDC estimates 1 in 6 Americans gets a foodborne illness each year, which is why experts are suggesting avoiding several risky behaviors when it comes to cooking your turkey this year. Medical reporter Liz Bona shares what's on the list.
Hey there, everybody. USDA has a slogan, wash your hands and not the turkey, because they want all of us not to serve up a side dish of bacteria at our holiday meal. But that's not the only dangerous habit they would like us to drop. There are several risky habits to avoid while prepping the perfect meal.
You want your soapy water to be hot.
Topping the list, as Chef Candace of Ohio Cedarville University knows, not washing hands and surfaces before, during, and after food prep. It's all because, while you can't see them, the germs that come with turkey prep include Salmonella, Campylobacter, Clostridium perfringens, and E. coli. These can lead to bad GI symptoms, hospitalization, and even death. Second risky habit, not cleaning utensils and cutting boards between raw and cooked food.
I'm cleaning the knife that I opened the package up with.
Third risky habit, defrosting the turkey on the counter. The outer layer becomes a bacteria danger zone. USDA recommends 24 hours in the refrigerator for every 4 to 5 pounds. Finally, break the habit of overnight slow cooking.
So I like to keep my cooking time under, 4 hours.
And break the habit of not checking the turkey temperature in more than one spot.
And if it doesn't read 165, it needs more time to cook.
We have this list for you online and a few other safety suggestions about the ongoing debate of washing the turkey. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Let's take a look at this. The Oakland Athletics are moving out to the Las Vegas Strip from the Bay Area. Major League Baseball owners voting unanimously to approve that move. It is the first MLB team to relocate since the Montreal Expos moved to Washington, D.C. That was back in 2005. Opening day for the new stadium on the Las Vegas Strip is slated for 2028, so it's going to be a few years. The A's will continue to play in Oakland in the meantime until their lease ends following that 2024 season. A lot of movement there. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. I know you've got some ties to that area. Any thoughts on this, Justin?
Yeah, my hometown. I mean, when I was growing up as a kid, I was like, there's no way we'll ever have professional sports here because of all the gambling and all this stuff. And now we're going to have 3 out of the major teams there. No, just one NBA team. That's about all we have. We have a WNBA team that has won the championship.
See?
So that's pretty darn good. And of course, the, Golden Knights.
So our money should be on the A's, maybe.
I'm just saying, Golden Knights are the Stanley Cup champions, so it's all good. Looking outside right now, our Towson cam overall, not too bad. Mile 1 Auto Group cam overall, we are seeing a few of those clouds hanging around, even some patchy fog in some spots. So just be aware of that as you're heading out this morning. 42 your temperature, but notice the dew point at 39. Remember, when those temperatures are close, that typically means we've got some moisture that is available. So that's why you may run into some fog as you're heading out early, especially before the sun comes up. Lower 40s here, next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast. That sun up at 6:52 this morning. And looking at our day planner here, we'll see those numbers in the 8 o'clock hour in the mid to upper 40s. Numbers here as we take you through the noon hour will be in the mid 60s, so warming up nicely today. And through the afternoon, we do stay dry today. We're back to the lower 70s for some of us in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 57 is typically where we are this time of year. Mid to upper 60s and some lower 70s across central Maryland is what we're looking at. 69 in D.C., 72 in Richmond, mid 60s if you're heading down the ocean, even upper 60s in Cumberland and western Maryland. Now, after today, those numbers are going to go back down closer to average and definitely a cooler weekend and into next week as well. In terms of our next weather maker, it's not going to be much. We're really going to see the warm air ahead of this cold front that'll move in from the northwest through the afternoon. But by the time we get to about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be our best chance to see a few of those showers passing through. We're not tracking a lot of rain with this. It'll be brief. Most of this will happen, well, maybe a lot of us are sleeping after about 10, 11 o'clock on a Friday night. And then we wake up tomorrow morning with some leftover cloud cover. The wind is going to be with us tomorrow afternoon, that strong northwesterly wind, and that is going to help to dry us out, but also will feel quite a bit cooler, especially considering we'll have highs in the 60s and 70s today, and then we drop back down to the 50s tomorrow. And then Sunday looks pretty good. Not as much wind around, but plenty of sunshine, kind of a cool fall afternoon, looking pretty good. Been great for football, but it doesn't matter because we already took care of that last night. And then as we look into Monday, we'll see a few more of those clouds sort of rolling in by Monday afternoon. That's going to set us up for some changes by the time we head toward next week. Here's a look at your holiday countdown. We're now inside of a week. Thanksgiving in just 6 days from right now. A week from today is Black Friday. 3 weeks from today is the first night of Hanukkah, winter solstice in less than 5 weeks, and now Christmas in at 38 days from right now. Let's get that 7-day forecast for you, which now includes Thanksgiving. So breezy and cooler tomorrow. We stay dry through the first part of the week. Check out Tuesday and Wednesday. Those scattered showers coming in, especially late Tuesday afternoon and evening. And for most of Wednesday, at least the first half of Wednesday, is going to be rainy. We'll see a pretty decent amount of rain too. So that's going to impact a lot of travelers up and down the East Coast on those, on those very busy travel days before we dry out nicely with temperatures in the 50s for Turkey Day next week. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA now. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find pin train 403 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service for the start, and Metro Subway on time from end to end there for your travels. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
With the holiday travel season nearly here, Maryland police remind you to buckle up. A new survey from the state's Highway Safety Office shows seatbelt use is slightly down this year. Data shows 92% of drivers report that they used their seatbelt when driving. That is a 1% drop from this time last year.
Is momentum growing for more third-party candidates in the race for the White House? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with new poll numbers and what they mean for 2024.
A high-ranking Johns Hopkins doctor is put on leave after making hate-filled social media posts about the ongoing war in the Middle East. Still to come this morning, the calls for him to be fired and how the issue is being addressed. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local. Today is the last day that international leaders will be gathering in San Francisco for the 2023 APEC summit. Over the last few days, President Joe Biden highlighted the progress on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity alongside 13 other countries. The economic initiative has 4 major pillars: supply chains, climate, anti-corruption, and trade. Biden says the countries have reached a consensus on 3 of those objectives, including a first-of-its-kind international supply chain agreement. The countries also agreed to accelerate clean energy and combat corruption.
But as I've said, we have more work to do. We made progress in high-standard trade rules that include strong labor and environmental standards. We've committed to extending our cooperation to challenges like artificial intelligence, energy security, and semiconductors.
Biden also announced the launch of the new investment accelerator, which aims to help increase private sector investment and engagement to benefit the framework partners.
The business of politics has gotten so big because the business model is a Democrat business and a Republican business.
Turning now to your election 2024 headlines, taking you live to the White House there as West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin is considering becoming an independent, saying both Democrats and Republicans have gone too extreme. As Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman explains, plenty of voters agree.
For those assuming 2024 will turn out as this two-man race, an alarming number of Americans are saying not so fast, including West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, who's floating the idea of a third-party run, citing concerns about both Donald Trump.
The country would be in a horrible situation challenging our democracy if he got reelected.
And President Biden.
He's not the person we thought that was getting elected, being a centrist and moderate. He's been pushed so far to the left.
He's not alone. A new Quinnipiac poll shows more than 7 in 10 independent voters want someone else in the race, and almost 6 in 10 Democrats. But only about 3 in 10 Republicans feel that way. A majority of them say they're satisfied with the current field.
It's significant that at this point, this many people are on the fence. I mean, this is a time where we've got 2 older gentlemen running for president who are not terribly popular. And so people are looking for something else.
Prompting scenes like this, reporters peppering Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson while on the Hill Wednesday.
Mr. Johnson, are you running for president?
But more serious consideration is being granted elsewhere, and nobody seeing it more than Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Kennedy is a force in the universe in this all of a sudden. I'll let you draw the conclusion why, but we also found that people who have the least belief in government have the most belief in Kennedy.
And he, a skeptic of the election system, which he likened to the former Soviet Union.
The Communist Party was claiming that they had a democracy. But the way they controlled the democracy is the party alone could designate who the nominees were.
Pollsters tell me it's young voters who are most disheartened and looking for a fresh horse who, even if that candidate doesn't win, could still dramatically alter the race. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Thank you, Scott. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel is facing pressure from her own party to resign after Republican losses at the polls. Her supporters say it's not smart to make a change in the middle of a presidential election cycle. McDaniel says that she is focused on 2024.
Republicans are really sick of this infighting. We just saw it with the speaker's race. They are so sick of us hitting each other and not focusing on the issues and taking on the Democrats, because that's a losing strategy if we're hitting each other.
McDaniel also has a good relationship with former President Donald Trump, though he has reportedly pressed her to cancel GOP presidential debates altogether.
One Baltimore councilman throws his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Coming up next, why he's calling for a change in city leadership.
And the Department of Juvenile Services in the hot seat. The questions they're facing and why city council leaders say they are not pleased.
Cool start to your morning, but we're going to warm up nicely for the afternoon. We do have some rain that we're tracking as well. We'll talk about how it could impact your weekend plans.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
some of us may be a little tired after watching that game last night. Another win for the Ravens, and it looked good, but a loss, though, because we lost a tight end. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here. He's got a look at our Victory Friday forecast.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Good morning to you. I know. And we saw Andrews go down early. And I was like, I hope I don't wake up and read that he's going to be out for the season. But looks like that's going to be the case. Either way, yeah, it is a Victory Friday. And we're in first place in the AFC. So how about that? Taos and Cam right now, we are seeing a few of those patchy clouds. And we do definitely have some low fog in some spots here this morning. So I want you to be aware of that. Our temps are kind of all over the place here in Maryland. We've got 50s in Carroll County, but only 40 in Baltimore City, 43 in Bel Air, 39 your temp currently in Laurel. So a cool Friday morning leading to a warm afternoon. We are tracking some showers that are going to move in late. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll track how much warmer we get today and then what happens later this weekend with those temperatures coming up.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible. And our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning, in a city in crisis, City Councilman Eric Costello expresses a strong message saying that he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore moving forward. Costello claims it is time for a change, and he believes Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
Now, this is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it happened less than 48 hours before Mayor Scott will be kicking off his re-election campaign, which is happening tomorrow. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is live outside City Hall with the fallout from Costello's remarks and how the mayor is now responding. Olivia.
Well, Tom, you just heard Councilman Eric Costello say that City Hall here has reached a dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But if you remember, it was just 4 years ago that he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign.
Make no mistake about it. I love Brandon Scott as a person. I do. And it pains me to say that his lack of leadership is failing all of us. We are at an inflection point, and continuing on this trajectory is simply not an option.
Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. A spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards, end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. And despite some tough words, Costello says he still expects to continue to work with Mayor Scott without incident. Tom, back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, you mentioned that Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. So how much of an impact are political analysts saying that this means?
Yeah, so Tom, we actually spoke with John Deedy, a political expert, and he predicts that this endorsement will carry a lot of weight. Take a listen to why he's saying that.
This endorsement, along with Sandy Rosenberg's endorsement, in many ways may lead people in Canton and Roland Park and other areas to say, if these prominent leaders crossed her, I guess I can cross this bridge and vote for Sheila Dixon.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out and if any more council members speak up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore residents are telling Fox 45 News that they have steadily grown more frustrated with city leadership over the past few months. In fact, while shootings and homicides are down, the city is seeing car thefts more than triple over the first 10 months of this year. Mayor Scott says it's a nationwide problem, and he doubled down on a lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. Yeah. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Baltimore police are still down more than 500 officers, and the department admitted a staffing shortage may have hindered its response to July's Brooklyn Day mass shooting. There are also new concerns about BPD's Foxtrot helicopter. We're going to have more on that in our next half hour. Another issue that we are seeing in the city, Mayor Scott promising to return to weekly recycling pickup by February of next year. But DPW says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and a lack of working trash trucks.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. If the election was held today, who would you vote for? Mayor Scott or Sheila Dixon? So far, 94% of those who have voted so far say Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Again, during his endorsement of Dixon yesterday, Councilman Costello called out dysfunction at City Hall under the Scott administration. He says the situation is worse than he thought possible.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen and tell us about the city dysfunction if you've experienced any, whether it's broken water pipes or sky-high water bills, robberies, or trash piling up in your neighborhood. We want to hear about it. We want to see it. Send us a picture. QR code will bring you to a form you can fill out with the details of what happened. You can also find it within Jeff Abel's story. Then you look on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Councilman Costello has also been very vocal about holding young offenders accountable.
Yeah, and during a recent hearing on car thefts, he questioned the Department of Juvenile Services about their intake process. But his deadline for an answer has come and gone.
We continue our coverage now of the juvenile crime crisis. We have Taylor Stewart live in studio with a look at the latest calls for accountability from the Department of Juvenile Services. Taylor.
That's right, Megan and Tom. Juvenile robberies, car thefts, they're on the rise, and leaders of the DJS were in the hot seat this week. We learned the process of detaining a teen accused of a crime is highly informal. The department's deputy secretary is telling the council that the intake officers work remotely, forcing Baltimore police to make a phone call to decide whether or not to bring a juvenile in. Take a listen to the points raised by Councilman Eric Costello.
This informal process with DJS intake officers not being on site at the Juvenile Justice Center is creating greater harm in the city. There's no opportunity to appeal an intake officer's decision not to detain a juvenile who has committed a very serious or violent offense.
Now, look, this meeting ended with a commitment to change the process. In fact, the Deputy Secretary of Community Services promising effective November 15th, a memo would go out notifying the department and city leaders of the changes to this intake process. But here we are 2 days later after this deadline, and those on the council have yet to see that memo. Neither have we. We'll keep our eyes out for it, though. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. This week, state Republicans released a proposal to address the youth violence and overall crime during the next legislative session.
But the plan does not address existing problems that we have seen with home monitoring once a child leaves DJS custody.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News continues demanding answers from Mayor Scott about the city's gun violence task force. How he responded when we asked about Safe Street's possible gang ties after cutting our questions short the day before.
5:11 is your time right now. Weather Authority forecast. Temperatures right now are not too bad. A little on the cool side as we look outside. Some 30s, 40s, and even 50s, depending on where you live. Cockeysville at 36, 40 in Baltimore City, but we're in the 50s down through Annapolis and even over to Stevensville across the Bay Bridge. So on your out the door cast, jacket, sunglasses later today, umbrella, only if you're going to be out about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, because that's when that rain is going to roll through. So out for a run or a jog next few hours. Overall temperature staying in the 40s. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, still to come this morning on Fox 45's Early Edition, the Ravens waking up victorious this morning after a big win right there at the bank over the Bengals.
After the break, what's next on the schedule for the Birds as they have over a week before their next game now?
Today is the last chance that you can win a Billy Joel prize pack and more. Be ready with your phone to call in when we share the song of the day. Time now, 5:12. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Flock is waking up victorious thanks to a big win over the Bengals. The final score came to Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. This, of course, means the Ravens stay at the top of the AFC North. Now at 8-3, the Bengals remain at the bottom with a 5-5 record now.
Next Sunday, the Ravens will be taking on the Chargers in Los Angeles. Kickoff is at 8:20. Bye week follows. Then Baltimore returns back here at home to take on Rams Sunday, December 10th, and that starts at 1. You can watch that game right here on Fox 45. Then December 17th, the Ravens will be heading to Florida to take on the Jaguars. They'll be in San Francisco taking on the 49ers Christmas Day. Then New Year's Eve, the Ravens will be back here at M&T Bank going head-to-head with the Dolphins.
From college to pro, we want to see how you are cheering your favorite teams this season. You can scan the QR code there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and your videos, and it's all powered by Stackla.
primetime games in a row. I mean, 2 in a row. We got Thursday night game, then Sunday night football in L.A. We played both L.A. teams. Yep. I mean, you know.
But you had pointed this out earlier. Remember that when you were like, well, we play one in L.A., then we come over here, so it's East Coast, West Coast.
It is an East Coast, West Coast thing, yeah. So, I mean, they're number 1 in the AFC right now until the Chiefs play on Monday night. So we'll see what happens. We'll see
Monday
what
Night
happens.
Football.
Right now, the number 1 seed, if the playoffs were to start today, they've got the 8-3 record. Either way, our Towson Cam looking good. Yeah, it is a victory Friday as opposed to a purple Friday since we had a purple Thursday. Our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam looking right down York Road. We do have some areas of some patchy fog at times that we're seeing because our temperature and dew point temp are pretty close. And we always talk about that. 40 for the air temperature, the dew point temperature 37 degrees. So there are some areas. I saw it this morning coming in, Essex, Middle River, all the way out toward the east side of the Beltway and the outer loop there in 95. That's where we're seeing some of those low clouds. Just be aware of that. Overall, on our weather map, we're pretty dry right now. The showers are just to the west of us along that cold front. That's the next weather maker, and that warmer air is still surging in from the south. So as we get into the next couple of days, we will see some changes, especially as this front passes through. That's going to change up our weather in terms of our temperatures as we head toward the weekend. The good news is the day today is going to be dry. We're not tracking these showers, not until we get into the evening tonight. So that is good news for anything you want to do today, including getting the kids out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. It's still chilly this morning with lower 40s through 7 a.m., but back to the mid 60s by noontime, and we'll get into the upper 60s and even some lower 70s for your Friday afternoon. Good day to maybe get some golf in. Golfers, 50s by 9 a.m., but we'll be into the 60s through the noon hour, and we'll see those upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us throughout the day today. Now, 57, that's typically where we are for November 17th. Nowhere near that number, as we'll be in the mid to upper 60s, and some lower 70s will creep in as well. And those numbers are staying pretty nice up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., down the ocean looking at 65. There's 72 in Richmond today, but notice on the other side of the mountains, Cleveland a high of only 58 this afternoon. We're going to get in on some of that colder air starting tomorrow. And you can see our temperature trend with those numbers kind of hanging near average into Saturday and Sunday. But look what happens next week. We've got some green numbers there, and that's only because those temperatures will come down into that below average category. So definitely some cooler temps on the way as we get into Thanksgiving week. All right, so here's our future scan for the afternoon. Notice we've got that southerly flow, so that's what's going to keep us warm later today ahead of the cold front. Classic setup here. Then that front starts to move through late tonight. So after about 9-10 p.m., that's if you're going to be outside, maybe a late night date. You'll have a few of those showers to deal with. But most of this happens in the overnight hours. As we head toward tomorrow morning, we'll see some leftover cloud cover, and then that wind is going to pick up tomorrow afternoon, and that's going to bring in the breezy and cooler conditions. And then heading towards Sunday, staying nice and dry with not much in the way of wind either. But it's next week with that next weather maker that's really going to bring some big changes here with a lot of rain on the way. 6 days until Thanksgiving, 21 days until Hanukkah. That's 3 weeks from today. And now we're at 34 days until the winter solstice. So fall is, well, it's getting closer to ending than beginning because we're now past the midway point. Here's that 7-day forecast. So 70s today, but upper 50s tomorrow, right about 60 on Sunday. Cooler next week for sure. Now, Tuesday, most of the weather models showing that's when the biggest chance for rain is going to be. And that we'll see in some pretty interesting models bringing some potentially heavy rain at times on Tuesday and into early Wednesday morning. And obviously those are big travel days as we get set for Thanksgiving. And right now those Thanksgiving numbers are coming in cooler with highs on Thursday only in the upper 40s.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. Cameras around the region looking good here. However, we want to make you aware of a crash on 95 North just before Mountain Road. Our cameras aren't showing it, but we know there's 2 vehicles involved in this. 1 traffic lane in the shoulder are closed as a result. Again, no cameras in there, but we know that is going to cause some issues out there this morning. Now let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are off to an excellent start for your travels. Light Rail Link, however, dealing with a delay. It's running about 25 to 30 minutes late due to a mechanical issue. Allow time for travel there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link checking in on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A high-ranking Johns Hopkins doctor is put on leave after possibly posting hate-filled social media speech about the ongoing war in the Middle East. After the break, the calls for him to be fired and how the issue is being addressed.
This morning, we continue to demand answers from Mayor Scott about safe streets. Coming up next, find out how he responded when we asked him about the program's possible gang ties. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.524 and taking you live to the Middle East as the war between Israel and Hamas continues. Overnight, Israeli leaders declared control of the northern part of Gaza, including portions of Gaza City. Ground offensive is in the south, could be next for Israel, as aid organizations say this would make an already bad humanitarian situation considerably worse. Well, in Maryland, Dr. Darren Klugman is on leave from Johns Hopkins after making some violence-infused and hate-filled social media posts about the ongoing war in the Middle East.
Maryland's Council on American Islamic Relations, known as CARE, raised the red flag about a series of posts made in early October by a handle called @DrKlugs. One post described Palestinians as bloodthirsty, morally depraved animals. Another referred to Palestinians as, quote, people that rape and murder civilians. Maryland's chapter of CARE says they learned of the post Monday night, then quickly filed a complaint with the state's Board of Physicians.
We've been listening to reaction from staff at the hospital and physicians who have reached out to us, and also to the families who have pulled their children from the hospital and now have taken their children to other hospitals. Healthcare providers, physicians have a responsibility to demonstrate that they can care for these children regardless of their own political views.
The social media account, which the posts were made on in early October, has since been deleted. Meanwhile, Maryland's Board of Physicians says it's unable to disclose if an investigation is currently underway, but any possible disciplinary action would be posted on the board's website.
A spokesperson for Johns Hopkins says in part that they share the concern of many about the, quote, deeply disturbing social media posts, and they are committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment. For their full response on the situation, you can go to foxbaltimore.com.
Now, this comes as Montgomery County teacher is under investigation for pushing conspiracy theories about the war. Her posts claim Israelis are killing Palestinians to sell their organs. According to the Daily Wire, Montgomery County Schools is now investigating.
The words Holocaust 2.0 were written in chalk during a rally at the University of Maryland. The group organizing the rally says none of their members wrote that message and they quickly washed it off.
The nonprofit CASA of Maryland is facing some backlash over its executive director's comments they made on the war, expressing his steadfast support for Palestinians' relentless fight for freedom. Some lawmakers not satisfied with the apology after CASA deleted the posts.
CASA released a statement this week saying in part, quote, we wanted to shine a spotlight directly on the innocent Israeli and Palestinian children and families caught in the midst of this horrendous conflict. Instead, we caused dear friends pain and confusion.
The shocking discovery under a Gaza hospital as IFD forces say they've now found a civilian who was held hostage. We'll give you the update here at the Live Center just ahead.
We are going to be warmer. My goodness, it was gorgeous yesterday afternoon than average, but we will be seeing some showers moving through tonight into the early morning. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking if we will stay dry for your Thanksgiving Day forecast. Time now 5:27, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Friday, November 17th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Yeah, it's 5:30, and it felt cold this morning when I was walking out. But yesterday, I mean, my goodness, I was out for a hike with the dog in shorts and T-shirt.
Very nice. I was a little under the weather. I was inside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, maybe today can be a redo for us.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see our temperatures that'll be back into the 70s again. I mean, we got pretty close to record highs yesterday, 72 officially, and we're going to be back into those upper 60s and lower 70s for this afternoon. As As we take a look outside from our Towson camera right now, overall not too bad. This is 695. As you look a little farther out toward the east, that's where we have some patchy fog that's developed here. So just be aware of that, especially with the fact that we won't get that sun up for another hour and 20 minutes or so. A cool Friday morning, another warm afternoon today. We are tracking some showers, but they're not going to be until really Friday night. So the day is going to be dry, and you can see on your morning drive, no issues here in your morning commute, with temperatures staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. And then we'll top out today right about 71, but only in the upper 50s here on Saturday and right about 60 on Sunday. And hopefully we'll get some of those shots up and talk about exactly what those conditions are looking like. This is out there at US 40. This is Pulaski Highway. This is exactly what I was talking about with some of those low clouds that are around there. So it's got that reduced visibility. And again, with that sun not coming up until almost 7 o'clock, want to make sure to take it extra slow. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
We're getting another armed robbery at gunpoint involving a white Honda Elantra. Fox is down.
This morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore Police Foxtrot helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most.
The Baltimore Police Department Aviation Unit is one of the department's most critical crime-fighting tools. Sources with knowledge about Foxtrot operation are telling us the Aviation Unit has a huge issue with staffing pilots. They're now down to just 3 line pilots. Chief spokesperson for BPD is calling those concerns, quote, inaccurate. Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway, the chair of the council's Public Safety Committee, weighs in on this concern.
I think it's really important that we figure out what's going on there. We need all the resources that we can to support our officers and the work that they do. We don't want to be in instances where we need Foxtrot and we don't have it. That's not acceptable.
Wednesday night, just after 9 o'clock, officers called for Foxtrot after 2 back-to-back armed robberies, but they were met with an out-of-service response. Now, Councilman Conway is questioning why Foxtrot has not been able to respond in multiple instances.
Is it a matter of staffing? Is it a matter of maintenance? Is it a matter of something else that we can't speak for at the moment? I want to get to those questions as soon as possible.
Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to Baltimore Police Department, including what is the staffing situation with Foxtrot and are more pilots needed? A spokesperson responded, writing, Foxtrot has set hours of operation and those hours fluctuate during high crime times. When referring to the Saturday incident, they said Foxtrot had not started their shift yet. This was not due to staffing, funding, or mechanical issues.
Baltimore's police union is putting a spotlight on some staffing shortages meantime in the Southern District. This past weekend, only 4 scheduled officers were on patrol Saturday and Sunday mornings. Commanders were forced to recruit 12 other officers to work overtime in order to fill vacancies. While a police spokesperson insists the shifts were fully staffed, union leaders say it is dangerous to rely on officers working overtime.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News continuing to demand transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott about the Safe Streets program one day after the mayor cut our questions short. Olivia Dance live with his response, including whether he supports a full forensic audit or not. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that's right. Fox 45 News has been pressing Mayor Brandon Scott for answers about Safe Streets' possible ties to the Black Gorilla family or BGF gang. The mayor finally responding to our questions, saying that he is committed to accountability. Take a listen to what he said.
So we're going to go through this again, Mackenzie. I think that we appreciate your reporting, and we appreciate the fact that you guys can go and look up public documents in court and know that one individual way back in 2010 had been involved in BGF and was in Safe Streets, but we know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in BGF. Whoever it is, if they're in the streets of Baltimore and they're doing things with BGF or any other organized person, if we find out, we will do what we do all the time. If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother, she'll be treated the same way.
Mayor Scott referenced 2010 there because a court record from 2010 shows that BGF gang members were trying to get hired within Safe Streets to help legitimize the gang. Now, funding for the Safe Streets program comes from the state coffer, so we pressed the mayor on if he would support the state forensic auditors taking a look at how the money in Safe Streets is being spent.
We have a fabulous comptroller in the city of Baltimore who is quite capable of doing that, and we know that when you receive state grants for things that the state does that on their own.
So if the state auditors were to say they wanted to do it, would you support that?
I just answered that question. City first, and then if the state wants to step in and do that, they can have at it. We're not hiding anything.
The Audit Commission, which is made up of 7 members, could call for a single audit, but so far that hasn't happened yet. As for a state-level audit, we're reaching out to lawmakers to see if they would support a probe, and of course, we'll let you know if we hear back. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News has been pushing for transparency from safe streets for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow our investigation on foxbaltimore.com. This morning, civilians in Gaza plunged into darkness as Israel-Hamas war expands into the Middle East.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest on the war and the increasingly dire situation for civilians in that region. Taylor.
I mean, guys, just take a look at this article from The Guardian. The UN is warning of an immediate possibility of starvation in Gaza. Right now, internet telephone services completely shut down, cutting off all communication across the Strip, which may last indefinitely. Washington's also doubling down on claims that Hamas used Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital as a command center and storage facility. Israeli Defense Forces posted this video showing that tunnel shaft inside the region's largest hospital, where hundreds are sheltering inside. Take a listen to what else they discovered.
There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
This morning, we've also learned IDF forces recovered the body of one of the hostages near the Al-Shifa hospital. 65-year-old grandmother Yehudet Weiss. She was one of the 240 people abducted. And right now, families of those who were stolen by Hamas are on a 5-day march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They're demanding the government do as much as it can to secure their release.
We are trying to kind of scrape the last remnants of faith and trust in our government that when a relevant deal comes to the table, they will take it.
As negotiations for a ceasefire drag on, the IDF says it struck Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. They also destroyed the home of a key Hamas leader in Gaza. We're going to keep you posted right here at the Live Center.
Without any accountability, how do you shape it? How do you stop it?
The Department of Juvenile Services facing backlash again. In our next half hour, how residents are stressing change needs to happen now.
And today, temperatures going above average. We've got highs in the upper 60s, lower 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next weather maker moving in. It is 5:38 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:40 on this Friday morning and taking a look at what's happening around the Baltimore region today. Baltimore Police Department will be releasing the body camera footage from last week's police-involved shooting. Police are telling us officers shot and killed a man after he allegedly pointed a gun in their direction during a chase. Several state and local lawmakers will be heading to Baltimore County to hear an announcement from Rocket Lab. That's an aerospace manufacturer in Middle River. And it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. The Avenue at White Marsh will be hosting its annual Christmas tree lighting around 7 o'clock. Attendees will also get a chance to ice skate with old Saint Nick himself.
Plus, happening sometime this morning right here on Fox 45, you have just one more chance to win a Billy Joel prize pack in honor of the Vinyl Collection Volume 2 that is now out. If you win a prize pack today, you could win a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows at Madison Square Garden. Just call in when you see the Billy Joel song of the day. The first caller with the correct song is going to win the daily prize and then be in the running for the grand prize. And we are going to pick the grand prize winner at the end of our show today.
Well, still to come this morning, the games you won't want to miss all weekend long right here on Fox 45. From college to pro, it's going to be a great weekend to just sit back and watch some football.
And a Baltimore City Councilman throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. In our next half hour, why he's calling for a change in city leadership. It is 5:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all
.544 and topping your Sports Unlimited news this Friday morning. We're taking you right here to a shot of the Athletics. And here's a live shot to, well, these are some photos of the Oakland Athletics will be moving to Las Vegas in the coming years. Major League Baseball owners voted unanimously to approve the move from the Bay Area. It's the first Major League Baseball team to relocate since the Montreal Expos moved to Washington, D.C. in 2005. Opening day for the new stadium, Las Vegas Strip, slated for 2028. That's what the images you're looking at right here. The A's will continue to play in Oakland until their lease ends following the 2024 season, making it very awkward for fans.
Turning now to football. We are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend that you can watch right here on Fox 45. Week 12 of college football around the nation kicks off tomorrow, and that means after this weekend, there is only 1 week left in the regular season.
Well, starting with big noon kickoff at 10 tomorrow morning. Then at noon, you can watch Michigan, who currently ranks 3rd, just cover your ears, kid, when you're watching the coach, take on Maryland in College Park. After that game, Oregon, who is currently in 6th place, will be heading to Arizona to take on the State Sun Devils in Tempe. Kickoff is at 4 to close out that night. Watch number 7 Longhorns head to Iowa to take on the Cyclones. Kickoff is at 8.
And then stick around for NFL Sunday right here on Fox 45. NFL kickoff starts at 11 a.m. Then at 1 p.m., the New York Giants go head-to-head with the Washington Commanders. Should be a good game there. I think my youngest daughter is going to go to her first NFL game for that one this weekend.
All right. Yeah, that is really exciting. I mean, not bad. And it's going to be some great football weather Saturday and Sunday. Possibly Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon? What, here? You mean in College Park? Yeah. Should be good. Cool. Breezy, for sure. Yeah, definitely fall. Yeah, the wind's going to be blowing around. We got some changes coming here after we get through today, which will be nice with well above average numbers again on our weather headlines as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium on your Victory Friday. We're right now at 40, but we're going to get those temperatures up there in the upper 60s and a few lower 70s. Another warm afternoon. We're tracking some showers that are going to move in late tonight, so should not impact you throughout the day today. In fact, you can see on our HD radar, everything is nice and dry and quiet. We're dealing with some foggy conditions out toward parts of the eastern shore and even on the areas of 95, Pulaski Highway, out through parts of Joppatown and Essex and Middle River. In fact, pilots have got some low IFR out there at Martin State right now, so that ceiling has definitely dropped. The rain is just to the west of us, so that's along that cold front that's coming out of the Ohio River Valley, and then those warmer conditions will continue for today. Let's check that hourly future scan. So this takes us through 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, and again, warm conditions, that southerly wind, those are those red arrows right there, indicating that we're seeing some of the warmer numbers that will be here through the afternoon. But about 9, 10 o'clock tonight, that's when some of those rain showers come in. They'll start in Frederick County, move into Carroll County by about 10 p.m., and then into the 11 o'clock hour, getting a little bit closer to Howard and Anne Arundel and even into Baltimore County right around midnight. So it's not a lot of rain, and this is going to be low impact because a lot of us will either be already in for the night, and if you are going to be out this evening late, just know that's when you'll need the umbrella. Temperatures here over the next couple of hours will rise into the 40s here in your Rise and Shine cast. That sun coming up at 6:52 this morning. Hank the Bird excited about the Ravens win. Yep, he's looking good. 54 by 9 a.m. and temperatures here into the mid 60s through noon and upper 60s and lower 70s for a lot of us today. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, 67 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 69 Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, down into Dundalk, almost 70 for you there today as well. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties in the mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena for your highs today. Now, in terms of your leaf cast, if you want to get that raking done today, you're fine, but a big red light tomorrow because that wind is just going to be blowing all of those leaves around, and even Sunday, still some breezy conditions that we have to deal with. Let's turn our attention to next week and that next weather maker that's going to impact a lot of us and a lot of people traveling, especially starting on Tuesday afternoon. We got a large area of low pressure that's going to ride right up the East Coast, bringing with it the rain. And we could see some heavy rain at times with this, especially late Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday evening. Even some snow is possible in areas in the northeast. And then as we get into early Wednesday morning, notice those areas in yellow. That's some of the heavier rain just to the north of us, or Philly and New York. So this is going to be that big travel day, mainly rain. We're not tracking a big old snowstorm, which is definitely good. But as we get through Wednesday morning, we'll see some of that leftover heavier rain moving out of here by Wednesday afternoon. Could see some mountain snow showers with that, and then much colder air coming in for Thanksgiving. So obviously a lot of focus is on next week and the travel that will ensue. But if you are just hanging out here and you're not going anywhere, either way, we're all going to get wet. But 71 today. Let's enjoy it. And then some showers late tonight. Notice those temperatures, too, will drop to the 50s next week. And then Thanksgiving Day, guys, looks like we'll see highs only in the upper 40s. So definitely a bit cooler for Turkey Day. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network, and we do have an incident involving two vehicles in the inner loop. You can see the flashing lights right there, and it is two lanes that are getting by. Looks like they may be opening up a third lane now. It's difficult to make it past those signs, but that was causing some backup right if you're in the inner loop and you are heading down towards Lochern, if you're heading from Woodlawn up to Lochern in 26. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit on this Friday morning. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got train 511 on the Penn line running with a 5-minute delay, along with Penn train 407. Allow time for travel out there on the Penn line. You'll find on Light Rail Link a 25 to 30-minute delay due to mechanical issues. Certainly allow time when your travels there. Metro Subway Link, though, looking good from end to end. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This morning, we are following new details in the 25-year-old cold case as for a search for an ex-police officer turned predator continues. Coming up, how authorities think he's been able to evade law enforcement for so long. Congress approves temporary funding, ultimately avoiding a government shutdown. Still to come, what's expected in the new year as the fight for the federal budget continues. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. We are all local all morning. .554, an ex-police officer accused in a sexual assault case vanishes nearly a quarter century ago.
Investigators now believe that he changed his identity and is living an unassuming life. Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Edward Reich is now 73 years old. He once wore the badge, a symbol of authority, a promise to protect. Investigators say he abused that trust when he sexually assaulted a relative, then vanished nearly 25 years ago. Thanksgiving 1999, Baltimore City's Pigtown community. Former police officer Edward Reich is having family over for the holiday. Dinner is over. The adults are upstairs getting ready for bed, and the kids settling into the basement where they'll be sleeping for the night. But Reich, wide awake, and investigators say, plotting.
So in this case, Reich was very calculated.
Investigators say once everyone fell asleep, Reich approached his niece on the couch and began to sexually assault her. The teen, terrified, pretends to be asleep.
She became even more alarmed. She heard the clicking of a camera and flashes, and that let her know that ultimately he was taking photos.
Investigators say the abuse continued until finally the teen ran upstairs and told her parents.
Reich allegedly fled the scene.
Reich vanished. The victim is taken to an area hospital where her parents' fears are confirmed.
So when the doctors examined the child at the hospital, they confirmed that a sexual assault did in fact take place.
A warrant is issued for the former cop's arrest, but Reich is nowhere to be found. Years pass, and the case goes cold. Reich flees his own house in 1999 and hasn't been seen since.
He knows how law enforcement works. He knows how we search for people. He's very familiar with our operations, and consequently, he's been able to fly under the radar.
Federal agents now joining the search. Investigators believe Reich has changed his identity.
We have information indicating that the individual did in fact change his identity. That photo that we provided actually is literally 2 decades old. There's a very good chance that this individual has changed dramatically.
And is now living a simple and unassuming life somewhere amongst unsuspecting families.
There's a very good chance that people would look at him and assume he is a law-abiding citizen. He would be well aware that any information in terms of criminal contact or anything like that would lead to his capture. So there's a very good chance that he's maintaining a very low profile in hopes that this crime can just go away.
A once cop turned predator turned fugitive who investigators stress should be considered dangerous and calculated.
In this case, we're talking about a former police officer here. It is deplorable that anyone would participate in this type of behavior, but it's even more egregious when someone who is sworn to uphold the law breaks it. Anytime you have a sexual offender, you have to realize that these individuals are very good at flying under the radar. They continue the same modus operandi. They continue to find people that they can exploit and victimize them. I guarantee you that this is only one of potentially many victims.
Again, Reich now more than 20 years older than seen here in these pictures, so likely a change to his hair, the glasses. Investigators say he stands about 5'11" and weighs approximately 200 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service, the tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly at 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Thank you, Alexa. Now developing, prosecutors in Georgia racketeering case want one of the people charged to be put in jail. According to prosecutors, Harrison Floyd, one of the defendants in the case, should have been his bond revoked. They argue Floyd made social media posts meant to intimidate co-defendants and witnesses. This case accuses former President Donald Trump, Floyd, and others of trying to overturn the 2020 election results in that state.
Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is being sued by his former girlfriend. R&B singer Cassandra Cassie Ventura accuses Combs of rape and repeated physical abuse over a decade. A lawyer for Diddy says, quote, Mr. Combs vehemently denies these offensive and outrageous allegations.
One Baltimore councilman throws his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Coming up next, why he's calling for a change in city leadership.
And sent home or sent to juvie, the questions the Department of Juvenile Services is facing about how it handles teen offenders and the deadline the department missed just this week.
Temps are cool right now, but we're going to warm up again for at least one more day. Then we'll be talking about those numbers as we head into the weekend that will be a bit cooler.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning, November 17th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at our weekend forecast.
Yeah, temperatures definitely going to be changing, guys, after highs again today in the upper 60s and lower 70s. We'll see those numbers that will be dropping. We're also tracking some rain in our forecast, but our Victory Friday not looking too bad. You can see the lights of the stadium still looking good, the afterglow of that big Ravens win last night. Statewide, our temperatures kind of all over the place. 35 in Cumberland, but 48 in Hagerstown. Hagerstown, 54 in Westminster, but we've dropped to 39 in Baltimore City. So either way, at least grab a jacket as you make your way out the door. Morning Drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go with 30s and 40s over the next couple of hours. We'll top out at 71 today. That's just a few degrees shy of our record high for November 17th. Definitely well above average for the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with the changing conditions this weekend, and as well as what we can see for next week with the big travel days coming up for Thanksgiving.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning, now to a city in crisis. You just heard him, City Councilman Eric Costello expressing a strong message saying that he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore. In fact, Costello claims it's time for a change, and he says Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
This is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it happened less than 48 hours before Mayor Scott will kick off his own re-election campaign, which is happening tomorrow. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is live outside City Hall with the fallout from Costello's remarks and how the mayor is responding. Olivia.
Well, Megan, you just heard Councilman Eric Costello say that City Hall here has reached a level of dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But if you remember, it was just 4 years ago that he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign.
Make no mistake about it. I love Brandon Scott as a person. I do. And it pains me to say that his lack of leadership is failing all of us. We are at an inflection point, and continuing on this trajectory is simply not an option.
Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. A spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards, end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. And also, despite some tough words, Costello says he still expects to continue to work with Mayor Scott without incident. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned Costello was the first council member to make a public endorsement like that. What do political analysts think this means?
So Megan, we actually spoke with political expert John Deedy, and he thinks that this endorsement will carry a lot of weight. Take a listen to why he's saying that.
This endorsement, along with Sandy Rosenberg's endorsement, in many ways may lead people in Canton and Roland Park and other areas to say, if these prominent leaders crossed her, I guess I can cross this bridge and vote for Sheila Dixon.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out and if any more council members speak up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. This brings us to our question of the day. If the election were to be held today, who would you vote for, Mayor Scott or Sheila Dixon? So far, 94% vote Dixon. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Again, during his endorsement of Dixon yesterday, Councilman Costello called out dysfunction at City Hall under the Scott administration, and he says the situation is worse than he thought possible.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
Well, you can scan this QR code you see right here on your screen if you want to tell us about city dysfunction that you've experienced. Whether it's broken water pipes, high water bills, robberies, or trash piling up in your neighborhood, we want to hear about it. The QR code will bring you right to a form where you can fill out with details on what happened. You can also find it within Jeff Abel's story. That's on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Councilman Costello has also been vocal about holding young offenders accountable.
During a recent hearing on car thefts, he questioned the Department of Juvenile Services about their intake process, but his deadline for an answer is already come and gone.
Now we continue our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis. Taylor Stewart live here in studio with a look at the latest calls for accountability from the Department of Juvenile Services. Taylor.
That's right, Megan and Tom. With juvenile robberies and car thefts on the rise, leaders with DJS found themselves in the hot seat this week. We learned a lot about the process of detaining a teen accused of a crime, which is highly informal. The department's deputy secretary telling the council that their intake officers work remotely. It forces Baltimore police officers to make a phone call on whether or not to even bring a juvenile in. Take a listen to the points raised by Councilman Eric Costello during this most recent council meeting.
This informal process with DJS, intake officers not being on site at the Juvenile Justice Center, is creating greater harm in the city. There's no opportunity to appeal an intake officer's decision not to detain a juvenile who has committed a very serious or violent offense.
Look, this meeting ended with a commitment to change that very process. In fact, the Deputy Secretary of Community Services promised effective November 15th, a memo would go out notifying the department and city leaders of changes to the intake process. But 2 days later, and after the deadline, we've yet to see that memo. Neither folks on council have seen that either. We're going to keep our eyes out for it, though. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. This week, state Republicans released a proposal to address youth violence and overall crime during the next legislative session. But the plan doesn't address existing problems that we have seen with home monitoring once a child leaves DJS custody.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Those proposals will be on the table in January, but police and prosecutors telling Fox 45 News lawmakers cannot wait that long to take action. Lawmakers will hold a third juvenile crime hearing next month, but they will not be able to pass any new laws or change existing ones until their session begins. You can catch up on all of our stories involving juvenile crime right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother. She'll be treated the same way.
Fox 45 News pressing the mayor on possible gang ties to safe streets. In our next half hour, what he said when we asked him again about if there could be a connection.
And are you having trouble getting into the holiday spirit? After the break, some key tips on how you can cope with seasonal depression.
So I heard it this morning, Tom, another radio station here in town. They started that Christmas music, so people are already doing it. 30s and 40s as you step outside right now. We're warming up this afternoon. We'll talk about what we can expect as we get closer to Turkey Day next week.
We had to break. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network. We are tracking an incident at 695 in Liberty Road. We know at least one vehicle is involved in that incident. You can actually see emergency vehicles trying to move traffic along in that picture on the top left there. Otherwise, looking pretty good. 6:07 now on Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
6:10 on this Friday morning, topping your health headlines. A new study shows children whose mothers have high levels of psychological stress during their pregnancy are more likely to have mental health and behavioral issues later in life.
That study from the American Psychological Association links mothers who are highly stressed, anxious, or depressed during pregnancy to children that have noticeable aggressive or impulsive behaviors in their teen years. Researchers caution stress or depression during a mother's pregnancy as only one among many influences that affect a child's development.
And it is that time of year where the days feel shorter, and they are because the sun is going down a little bit quicker. Doctors are sharing some tips on how to cope with any seasonal depression that could come with it.
Cleveland Clinic psychologist Kia Ray Pruitt says seasonal affective disorder can begin during late fall. If you're feeling sad, don't have a ton of energy, maybe you're having trouble sleeping, she says light therapy might help. If feelings of sadness continue, she advises people seek professional help.
There's an increase in survival rates among patients with lung cancer all across the U.S. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, medical expert shares how often people should be getting scanned to catch this deadly disease in its early stages.
And the threat of a government shutdown has ended for now. After the break, what inter-party fighting in Congress could mean heading into the new year. It is 6:12 on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614, another hostile week on Capitol Hill, but this week went well past your typical debates and rhetoric, with some lawmakers accused of elbowing, calling out another to fight while in committee, just to name a few. Joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, political commentator, D.C. insider Armstrong Williams. Armstrong, some of the lines that were coming out of there were unbelievable. In fact, they kind of were laughable at some points if it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Senate and in the House. They did, amongst all the fighting, literal fighting, they did actually pass yet another temporary, spending bill that would actually, the president spent, but we're still going to be looking at another possible government shutdown in the next few weeks.
Tom, we almost saw fisticuff. Former Speaker of the House allegedly elbowed someone. I mean, their tempers flare, they get upset. They're human, just like everybody else. We forget, no matter how we elect them and what their titles are. Sometimes they have human feelings just like the rest of us. But as you said, there were things that are accomplished. I think Speaker Johnson showed his mettle that he could get Democrats across the aisle to pass a temporary continuing resolution that will go until January 19th and until early February. I think with Thanksgiving upon them, and they've been in session for 10 consecutive weeks, I think fatigue sort of wore them down. They just wanted to get this out of the way. There's no future funding, further funding for Ukraine or Israel. That is on hold. I think what we should really look at is now senators like Thune and McConnell are telling their colleagues that there will be no passing of any legislation unless it's tied to this border crisis and getting it under control, because it's a great threat to America's way of life.
Armstrong, do you think, though, that is going to start some more tensions and even physical altercations again? Because nothing's changed here. They just, they pushed this spending bill back. It hasn't really done, even though it seems similar to when McCarthy was Speaker and now Johnson did almost the exact same thing.
But they wanted to avert a government shutdown. Obviously, there's a lot of intensity going on. The people on the right want more deeper cuts, particularly in a lot of these federal agencies. There's just no way they were going to get this done before the looming deadline this week. And so this is the best effort for it. But Tom, how many times have we seen this scenario, and how many times have we seen this narrative? And yes, there'll be some more tempers flare, but you have grandpas in the Senate like Bernie Sanders who tell the young kids, sit down and shut up. Do you realize you're a United States Senator? So we still have the adults in the room, and this will continue. But I do believe Mike Johnson has shown that he has the ability to lead and build a consensus on both sides of the party, even though there are those in his own party who are very angry with his tactics. But for now, it works until they revisit this after Thanksgiving.
Armstrong Williams, yeah, hopefully it won't be coming back to the late 1700s with the duels and 1800s,
I hope not. Hopefully not. I'm sure you'll cover it.
Thank you, Armstrong.
6:17 is the time now on this Friday morning. We need to get another check of your forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the warmth again today.
Yeah, temperature's going to be in the 70s for some, upper 60s for others, and overall well above average for your Friday afternoon. It's still a little chilly when you step outside. Our Towson camera looking pretty good right now. We do have some areas of some patchy fog and some low clouds, especially as you head on the 95 corridor east of 95 Pulaski Highway area out toward the water. So just be aware of that. Temperature right now officially in Towson is at 39, dew point at 36 degrees. So remember, when those temperatures are close, that's typically when we have some moisture or some humidity in the atmosphere, and that's why we have some of those low clouds. Should burn off by sunrise. Not going to be much of an issue once that sun comes up in about 30 minutes or so from right now. HD radar is all dry up and down the East Coast. You got to track west to get some of that rain that's in parts of the central Ohio River Valley right there. And overall, those rain showers are going to be moving in as we get later into tonight. But we've got the warmer air out ahead of that cold front. Let's put that future scan into motion for today. We're staying dry through about 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Those clouds will increase. Now, the rain not really starting to move until about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. And that's really for Frederick and northwestern Carroll County. Then right into Carroll County, Howard and Arundel counties by about 10, 11 o'clock. Even northern Baltimore County should cross the 95 corridor at about midnight. So this is really going to be a later evening and overnight event. Tomorrow we'll wake up with some cloud cover, but the wind tomorrow afternoon will be bringing in the cooler temperatures. As we look at your bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids head out to the bus stop this morning, make sure they are bundled up and good to go with temperatures only right about 40 degrees, but mid 60s by noontime and recess and upper 60s and lower 70s. So peel back those layers like an onion, folks, today. Even if you want to get out there and play some golf or any outdoor activities you have planned this afternoon, we've got a real nice day for you with temperatures in the mid 60s through noon and upper 60s and lower 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Now, 57 is typically where we are for November 17th. Nowhere near that number. We almost hit a record high yesterday, and numbers today again in the mid to upper 60s for the Eastern Shore, Chestertown over through Rock Hall and Stevensville, 66 in Annapolis, 71 in Baltimore, 69 in D.C. today, and upper 60s if you're heading to Philly this afternoon. All right, so numbers are coming down this weekend. That's going to be the change with those numbers dropping to the upper 50s and lower 60s, and only 50 50s here through next week, so definitely cooler for Thanksgiving week. Not only the cooler temperatures, but we're tracking rain, and a pretty decent amount of rain. We are in a drought situation here. We have not had much rain at all. We're going to get a good dose of that starting Tuesday afternoon and into Tuesday evening. Could see some heavy rain at times. Got to think about all those leaves that are around there, so we could have some possibilities with leaves clogging the drains with that rain that is going to be falling Tuesday night, especially into Wednesday morning. That's going to be seeing the heaviest rain, and could see some pretty good snowfall in parts of the Northeast on Wednesday morning. And we know that just messes up everything along the 95 corridor when you have a snowstorm up there, especially on a very busy travel day. By Wednesday afternoon, most of this should be moving out of here. So if you can get out early Monday, maybe early Tuesday, no issues with traveling. It's going to be late Tuesday into Wednesday for next week. And then it's going to get quite a bit colder for Turkey Day. So those frozen turkeys may have a problem thawing out. We're looking at temperatures only in the upper 40s by next Thursday afternoon. Let's get an update now with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail, though, has a delay running about 25 to 30 minutes late. That's due to a mechanical issue. On Metro Subway, you'll find on-time service, no delays in either direction of that service for your travels. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the events happening today across our region. Baltimore police will release the body cam footage from last week's police-involved shooting. Police tell us officers shot and killed a man after he allegedly pointed a gun in their direction during a chase. Plus, several state and local lawmakers will be heading to Baltimore County to hear an announcement from Rocket Lab. That will take place at aerospace manufacturer in Middle River. And it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. The Avenue at White Marsh will be hosting its annual Christmas tree lighting. Attendees will also get a chance to ice skate with St. Nick himself.
Well, the Ravens shine bright in prime time, getting a statement win over the Bengals, but the offense still did lose somebody. He just went down right there. Ahead, where the Flock now stands in the AFC East.
And just ahead from our live center, the shocking discovery under a Gaza hospital as Israeli Defense Forces continue to surround the northern region. We'll give you the update here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:25, topping your holiday headlines this morning. New York City is gearing up for its 97th annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
There will be several new floats this year, including Mutant Mayhem, Palace of Sweets, Igniting Memories, and the deliciously delectable World of Wonka. The Good Burger Mobile is also going to make an appearance, and that is to promote the new film Good Burger 2.
Organizers say this year's parade has 26 floats, 16 giant character balloons, marching bands, and a whole lot more.
Meanwhile, NFL stars Travis and Jason Kelce, have you heard of them? They might be rivals on the football field, but they are really all about that brotherly love around the holidays.
That's right, because one is the sexiest man alive, the other one, or almost, the other one's dating Taylor Swift. Well, we think. They say. The Philadelphia Eagles center, Jason Kelce, the sexy man on the right there, invited brother Travis to record his duet on his Christmas album. The song is part of a Philly Special Christmas special, a second album from the Eagles offensive lineman.
The single is out now, with the album releasing next month. As for football, the two brothers are set to see each other pretty soon here. The Eagles and Chiefs face off in Kansas City next week.
And Monday Night Football. Woo! Warm and dry day to end your work week. Showers are looming coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it may impact your weekend plans.
This morning, we continue to demand answers from Mayor Scott about safe streets. Coming up next, find out how he responded when we asked him about the program's possible gang ties. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, November 17th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And depending on what you're doing coming up Thursday, you may want to start thawing out the frozen birds now.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the refrigerator forecast and the outside forecast.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be warmer this afternoon here than we typically are this time of year, with numbers that'll get up to the upper 60s and even some lower 70s as well. We're starting off mainly clear right now. There is some patchy fog, especially out toward the eastern shore and areas east of 95. But looking down over the stadiums right now on this Victory Friday, overall, not looking too bad. A cool Friday morning, another warm afternoon in store for us, and then those showers are going to move in late tonight. So throughout the day today, we're not tracking rain. It's not going to be till this evening that rain comes in. So your morning drive is dry. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Temps in the low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. We'll top out at 71 today. Back to the upper 50s, quite a bit cooler tomorrow, and right about 60 on Sunday. Not a bad end to our weekend. We are tracking our next weather maker. That includes some heavy rain that we're going to be seeing by next week, especially as folks are traveling for the Thanksgiving holiday. We'll highlight that coming up in about 15 minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. This morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore police Foxtrot helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most. The BPD aviation unit is one of the department's most critical crime-fighting tools. Sources with knowledge about the Foxtrot operation tell us the aviation unit has a huge issue with staffing pilots. They are now down to only 3 line pilots, but the chief spokesperson for BPD is calling those concerns, quote, inaccurate. Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway, the chair of the council's Public Safety Committee, weighing in on the concern.
I think it's really important that we figure out what's going on there. We need all the resources that we can to support our officers and the work that they do. We don't want to be in instances where we need Foxtrot and we don't have it. That's not acceptable.
Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to the BPD, including what is the staffing situation with Foxtrot and are more pilots needed? A spokesperson responded saying Foxtrot has set hours of operations and those hours fluctuate during high crime times. When referring to the Saturday incident, they said, quote, Foxtrot had not started their shift yet. This was not due to staffing, funding, or mechanical issues.
Baltimore's police union is putting a spotlight on some staffing shortages in the Southern District. In fact, this past weekend, only 4 scheduled officers were on patrol Saturday and Sunday mornings. Commanders were forced to recruit 12 other officers to work overtime in order to fill the vacancy, while a police spokesperson insists the shifts were fully staffed. Union leaders say it's dangerous to rely on workers or officers working overtime.
This morning, Fox 45 News is continuing to demand transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott about the Safe Streets program, one day after the mayor cut our questions short. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live with his response, including whether he supports a full forensic audit or not. Olivia.
Megan, that's right. Fox 45 News has been pressing Mayor Brandon Scott for answers about Safe Streets' possible ties to the Black Guerrilla Family or BGF gang. The mayor finally responding to our questions, saying that he is committed to accountability. Take a listen to exactly what he said.
So we're going to go through this again, Mackenzie. I think that we appreciate your reporting, and we appreciate the fact that you guys can go and look up public documents in court and know that one individual way back in 2010 had been involved in BGF and was in Safe Streets, but we know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in BGF. Whoever it is, if they're in the streets of Baltimore and they're doing things with BGF or any other organized person, if we find out, we will do what we do all the time. If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother. She'll be treated the same way.
Mayor Scott referenced 2010 there because a court record from 2010 shows BGF gang members were trying to get hired within Safe Streets to help legitimize the gang. Now, funding for the Safe Streets program comes from the state coffers, so we pressed the mayor on if he would support the state forensic auditors taking a look at how the money in Safe Streets is being spent.
We have a fabulous comptroller in the city of Baltimore who is quite capable of doing that, and we know that when you receive state grants for things that the state does that on their own.
So if the state auditors were to say they wanted to do it, would you support that?
I just answered that question. City first, and then if the state wants to step in and do that, they can have at it. We're not hiding anything.
The Audit Commission, which is made up of 7 members, could call for a single audit, but so far that hasn't happened yet. As for a state-level audit, we're reaching out to lawmakers to see if they would support a probe, and of course, we'll let you know if we hear back. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been pushing for transparency from safe streets for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along with our investigation right at foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, civilians in Gaza plunging into darkness as the Israel-Hamas war expands in the Middle East.
Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center with the latest on the war and increasing dire situation for civilians who are in that region. Taylor?
That's right. This article from The Guardian is updating in real time here as the UN warns of the immediate possibility of starvation in Gaza. Right now, internet, telephone services completely down, cutting off all communication across the Strip, which may last indefinitely. Washington also doubling down on claims that Hamas used Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital as a command center and a storage facility. Israeli Defense Forces posted this video showing a tunnel shaft inside the region's largest hospital, where hundreds of people were sheltering inside. And take a listen to what else they discovered.
There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
This morning, we've also learned IDF forces recovered the body of one of the hostages near the Al-Shifa hospital. 65-year-old grandmother Yehudit Weiss. She was one of the 240 people abducted. And as we speak, families of those stolen by Hamas are on a 5-day march. They're going from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, demanding the government do as much as it can to secure their release.
We are trying to kind of scrape the last remnants of faith and trust in our government, that when a relevant deal comes to the table, they will take it.
And negotiations for a ceasefire, as those drag on, the IDF says it struck Hezbollah positions in northern Lebanon. We also learned they destroyed a key home of a Hamas leader in Gaza. We're going to keep you posted right here at the Live Center.
This is not a decision that I came to overnight.
Baltimore City Councilman Eric Costello throwing his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Why he says it's time for Baltimore City to have a new leader.
Plus, Fox 45 News is looking into how much time former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby could spend in prison. Coming up, why one legal expert is saying it is unlikely for her to serve a maximum sentence. And another comfortable day with highs in the upper 60s and lower 70s. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if these unseasonably warm temperatures will stick around for your weekend. 6:37 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Strong winds got the better of this redwood, uprooting it in Bakersfield this week. No people were hurt, but a car was seriously damaged at this dealership. Celestial crepuscular rays graced Sin City. They were captured beaming over Las Vegas Thursday morning. And in Montana, foggy conditions and the sun's diffractive interplay with tiny water droplets produced this fog bow.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
We have the names right here. There's 4 of them. We're going to be putting one more in here so you can win not only this record-packed, this volume collection from Billy Joel, but also a chance to see him live in New York. That's coming up.
Fox 45 News is looking into how much time former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby could spend in prison after she was found guilty of 2 counts of perjury 1 week ago.
It's still not clear when Mosby will be sentenced for the 2 perjury counts, each carrying a maximum sentence of 5 years. We know it will not happen until after her next federal trial, which is scheduled in January on 2 counts of mortgage fraud.
Those charges each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years. One legal expert says Mosby is unlikely to get the maximum sentence, but says she could spend some time in federal prison.
Assuming that Mosby is convicted of all of her conduct, I believe that she will serve more than 12 months, more than 24 months in federal prison. It's a very strong case. Mortgage fraud cases, look, she's an attorney. She signed her name a bunch of times to a bunch of legal documents. It's literally what we're supposed to do for a living as lawyers.
Yeah, Ian lawyer Kurt Nachman, you just heard right there, says a plea negotiation could also still be on the table, which could mean a more lenient sentence.
Tensions are rising in the Middle East, causing concern about Cuba's alliances. Still ahead on Full Measure, how this impacts the U.S.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington with the details of a new plan between the U.S. and China to stop the flow of fentanyl and how confident experts are that it will work.
Topping your morning rush, Councilman Eric Costello believes that Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate for Baltimore's future. Olivia Dan's joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about the endorsement?
Yeah, well, Megan, Councilman Eric Costello says that City Hall just behind me here has reached a level of dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But just 4 years ago, he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign. Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement, and a spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards. end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. And coming up in just about 15 minutes, a political expert explains what exactly this endorsement could mean. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Councilman Costello has also been vocal about holding young offenders accountable. Taylor Stewart is joining us here in studio with a look at the latest calls for accountability from the Department of Juvenile Services. Taylor.
That's right. Just this past week, we learned the process of detaining a teen accused of a crime is highly informal from the Department of Juvenile Services. They were in the hot seat this week. We learned their officers work remotely, forcing Baltimore police to make a call as to whether or not to bring a juvenile in. Well, they vowed to change that process, but they've already missed the deadline to do so. We'll tell you about that deadline and the questions they're facing just ahead at 7.
All right, Taylor, thank you. It is 6:47. It is time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the full Weather Authority forecast, and it's a weekend and a great weekend to be getting outside.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We had a really pretty shot of the Inner Harbor. Hopefully we can get that back in a few minutes. Obviously, the sun is shining brightly there on M&T Bank Stadium, and we were in full blackout mode last night. It was awesome to see that on national TV, or I guess on the national internet, because it's not on TV anymore, right? Because it's like on Prime, so, you know, Thursday night game, huh? No, it was not on it. It was on NFL Plus. So, yeah, you can't get it on regular TV. All right, HD radar. We're all dry right now up and down the East Coast. Now, our next weather maker, rain ahead of a cold front moving through the Ohio River Valley. So we're going to get warm out ahead of that front before that rain moves in. And again, most of the day today is going to be dry. In fact, this is 4 o'clock this afternoon on our future scan. Southerly wind picking up. Clouds will increase throughout the afternoon. Rain not even going to be an issue until at least 9 o'clock tonight, and mostly into that 10, 11, and 12 o'clock hour. That's when we'll have our best chance of some of that rain rolling through. Overall, though, we're drier and windier for tomorrow on the backside of that cold front. 40s here for the next few hours in your Rise and Shine cast. Sun will be up until 4:51 tonight. And if you're hanging out there at Brewers Hill, looking at 57 by 10 a.m., really nice day with upper 60s and even some lower 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. The record high for the day is 76, so I think that is safe. But either way, still some numbers sneaking into the lower 70s this afternoon. Not bad for November 17th, even mid-60s by about 5 p.m. And check some of your high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 60s through Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, Reisterstown there at 66. 66 as well for you in Westminster. In Hartford and Cecil counties, temps in the mid-60s. Bel Air and Aberdeen up in the northeast. Elkton at 66 for you. 65 in Rising Sun today. On your leaf cast, you can get the leaves all raked up today, but not tomorrow. That wind is going to be blowing everything around. And even Sunday, some leftover wind as well on your leaf cast. Also, what's changing is the temperatures. You can see these numbers going down. Upper 50s on Saturday, right about 60 on Sunday. Then we actually are going to dip below average into early next week, and those numbers stay in the average or below average category heading toward Thanksgiving. Taking a look at your weather tracker and your future scan, this is the American model. This is next Tuesday afternoon. We'll start to see more of those rain showers. Could see some heavy rain at times, especially Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. This is going to impact millions of people traveling up and down the East Coast, especially as we get into early Wednesday north of here up toward New York and Philly. We'll have the potential for some snow showers up in the northeast, but again, more of that rain really by Wednesday morning. It's going to be a good drought busting rain that we'll see and that we definitely need around here, but it's coming at a time when a lot of people are going to be trying to head out of town or come into town to come see us. So here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, next week, a little bit unsettled, but once we get to Turkey Day, check that number, a high of only 48. So it will be quite a bit cooler for Thanksgiving on Thursday.
Thank you, Justin. Taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Flock is waking up victorious after a big win over the Bengals. Final score came out, Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. Of course, this means the Ravens stay at the top of the AFC North, now at 8-3. The Bengals, they remain at the bottom with a 5-5 record.
But more football is headed your way. Stick around for NFL Sunday right here on Fox 45. NFL kickoff starts at 11. Then at 1, New York Giants go head-to-head in the NFC East battle with the Washington Commanders.
Well, we want to see how you are cheering on your favorite team this season. Scan the QR code that you see there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. And this is all powered by Stackla.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Sony Music Entertainment and Sony Electronics.
Oh, Billy Joel's The Vinyl Collection Volume 2 is out now and brings together Billy Joel's enormously successful album from later parts of his career.
And now is the time. Here is the Billy Joel song of the day. It is We Didn't Start the Fire. Call now, 410-469-8308. The number is right there on your screen. The first person to call with that correct song of the day will win a daily Billy Joel prize pack. And then you're going to be in the running to win a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows at Madison Square Garden. We are going to reveal that grand prize winner at the end of the show, picking a name out of the glass that Tom is holding right now.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we have one more name to go in here. So whoever calls right now, because the fire's always been going as long as the world's been turning. So once we get that, we'll put that in. That will be 5 names. Then later on in the show, we're going to draw one of these names, and you are going to see Billy Joel live in New York City. Good luck. Slip and slide in the holiday season with larger-than-life ice sculptures. Don't lick them. Ahead in this morning is So Baltimore exhibit that will have you wanting to head to the South Pole. That's not ice.
The Blue Bubble Divide takes a turn just ahead. The changes coming to bridge the divide between Apple and Android, if that's possible.
Well, you know what? If you have an Android, you can afford a whole lot of the next thing that we're about to take a break with.
Let's take a coffee break, no matter what you use.
Cheaper and better.
Here are the stories making headlines around the state.
Baltimore detectives asking for the public's help in solving a cold case from 1983. Detectives still trying to locate the person responsible for killing Donald McBee. Police say he was strangled to death in his home on Bolton Street, October 22nd, 1983. Anyone with any information is asked to contact Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is at the bottom of your screen. That's 866-7-LOCK-UP. And they are offering a potential reward of $8,000 for any information that leads to an arrest. All 9 defendants facing multiple charges in the long-term investigation into the WIC Squad drug trafficking organization have pleaded guilty. Now, in April of 2022, the Attorney General's office and Baltimore Police Department began investigating the members associated with the WIC Squad, which operated out of West Baltimore. In total, the investigation was able to uncover 11 firearms, large amounts of drugs, and ammunition.
There are growing tensions over the new location for the FBI headquarters. Christian Flores with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. explains.
We do want resolution and understanding how one person was able to overrule this particular decision and negatively impact Virginia in doing so.
Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger and other members of the Virginia congressional delegation are raising suspicions as to why the new FBI headquarters will be in Maryland instead of the Springfield, Virginia location. They sent a letter to the General Services Administration, or GSA, requesting an investigation into the site selection process.
Anytime that there are going to be investments of federal contracts within the Commonwealth or anywhere else, the expectation that I think every American, but in this case Virginians, should have is that that decision is fair and followed by particular guidelines.
Central to Virginia leaders' argument are concerns raised by FBI Director Christopher Wray, which include accusations that a high-ranking official was politically motivated to select Maryland and overrule a 3-member panel that had already unanimously chosen the Springfield, Virginia location. Maryland leaders have already rebuffed those claims.
Those who didn't win are upset. A burdened site could not compete with costing $1 billion at least more to build. That is why the GSA made that decision on the merits, not for political reasons.
Do you think that this letter and perhaps an investigation would be able to reverse that decision or at least stall it from actually being built in Maryland?
I think that's a number of steps past where we are right now. Getting to the bottom of how that was able to occur and how we can ensure that it doesn't happen in any other potential bids in the future is kind of the primary element of our work at the moment.
Well, Carroll County firefighters battled a heavy fire at a home in Vicksburg Wednesday afternoon. Officials say that fire started in the front of a home, though it's unclear what caused it. No one was hurt, fortunately, but we are hearing that the home suffered about $250,000 in damages.
Baltimore City fire officials trying to educate everyone on the importance of regular smoke detector checks. Fire Chief James Wallace says alarm batteries need to be changed at least every 10 years, and annual inspections are important. Now, some of those smoke detectors have 10-year batteries in them. Some have to be changed out yearly. The fire department is also offering free smoke detector installations to anyone who does not have any alarm on every floor in their home.
To our residents, please do not hesitate to reach out to your fire department or the American Red Cross to request a smoke alarm installation. Together, we can save lives and make a lasting impact on fire safety in our city.
Wallace says smoke alarms can help reduce the chance of dying in a house fire by 50%. Fire officials are telling families to prepare for an evacuation plan just in case they do have a fire.
One Baltimore councilman throws his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Coming up next, find out why he's calling for a change in city leadership.
To detain or release, the questions the Department of Juvenile Services is facing after missing a deadline just this past week. Just ahead.
As we walk into the weekend on a Victory Friday, we're talking about temperatures that are going to be warm again today, but some big changes on the way. We'll talk about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Come on, let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning, November 17th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our weekend forecast.
Yeah, our temps are going to be coming down after today, upper 60s and lower 70s. Then it will be much cooler for the weekend. And we have some rain that we're tracking as well. Right now, we've had some patchy fog out there, and you can kind of see that from our Towson camera, just a little bit of leftover moisture that's hanging out in the overnight hours. But overall, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam not looking too bad. Lower 40s in Baltimore and Dundalk, 38 Essex and Middle River, currently 36 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So weather story after a cool Friday morning, another warm afternoon ahead, and then those showers are going to be moving in late, so it should not impact your day too much. 40s and 50s if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Grab the extra layers. You make your way out for your exercise. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about what we can expect not only this weekend, but the big changes that are ahead for next week in terms of traveling for the holiday. All right, Tom, what about the traveling on the roads for your Friday?
Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here, and we do have some incidents in the city. There is one right near, there's a collision in Baltimore City 395 North, right at Conway Street, and then you see the flashing lights in the zoom in right here. This is the incident 695 right at 38 in Eastern Avenue. 3 vehicles involved, 1 lane, 1 shoulder in the inner loop. They are closed. Now you can still see the emergency crews though, and in that area working on the issue, and there is some backup as you see in the other cameras.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning in a city in crisis, City Councilman Eric Costello expresses a strong message saying that he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore.
Costello claims it is time for a change, and he believes that Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
Now, this is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it happened less than 48 hours before Mayor Scott says that he will be kicking off his re-election campaign, which is happening tomorrow.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is live outside of City Hall with the fallout from Costello's remarks and how the mayor is responding to it. Olivia?
Well, Megan, you just heard Councilman Eric Costello say that City Hall here has reached a level of dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But if you remember, it was just 4 years ago that he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign.
Make no mistake about it. I love Brandon Scott as a person. I do. And it pains me to say that his lack of leadership is failing all of us. We are at an inflection point, and continuing on this trajectory is simply not an option.
Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. A spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards, end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. And also, despite some tough words, Costello says he still expects to continue to work with Mayor Scott without incident. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, you mentioned that Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. How much of an impact are political analysts saying that this means?
Yeah, so Tom, we actually spoke with political expert John Dede, and he predicts that this endorsement will carry a lot of weight. Take a listen to exactly why he says that.
This endorsement, along with Sandy Rosenberg's endorsement, in many ways may lead people in Canton and Roland Park and other areas to say, if these prominent leaders crossed her, I guess I can cross this bridge and vote for Sheila Dixon.
So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out and if any more council members speak up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Baltimore residents tell Fox 45 News they've steadily grown more frustrated with city leadership over the past few months. While shootings and homicides are down, the city has seen car thefts more than triple over the first 10 months of the year. Mayor Scott says it's a nationwide problem, and he doubled down on a lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on
that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Well, Baltimore police are still down more than 500 officers. The department admitted a staffing shortage may have hindered its response to July's Brooklyn Day mass shooting. There are also new concerns about BPD's Foxtrot. We will have more on that coming up in our next half hour. Another issue that we're seeing in Baltimore City, Mayor Scott promised to return to weekly recycling pickup by February of next year, but DPW says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and a lack of working trash trucks.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood.
Yeah, this brings us to our question of the day. If the election was held today, who would you vote for? Mayor Scott or Sheila Dixon? As you see on the bottom there, so far, 94% have said Dixon. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Again, during his endorsement of Dixon yesterday, Councilman Costello called out dysfunction at City Hall under Scott's administration.
He says the situation is worse than he thought possible.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
Well, make sure you scan the QR code on your screen if you want to tell us about city dysfunction that you've experienced.
Whether it's broken water pipes, high water bills, robberies, or trash piling up in your neighborhood, we want to hear about it.
The QR code will bring you to a form that you can fill out with details on what happened. You can also find it within Jeff Abel's story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Councilman Costello has also been vocal about holding young offenders accountable.
During a recent hearing on car thefts, he questioned the Department of Juvenile Services about their intake process, but his deadline for an answer has come and gone.
We continue our coverage of the juvenile crime crisis. Taylor Stewart joining us live in studio with a look at the latest calls for accountability from the Department of Juvenile Services. Taylor?
That's right, Megan, Tom. With juvenile robberies and car thefts on the rise, leaders with DJS found themselves in the hot seat this week. And we learned a lot about the process of detaining a teen accused of crime. It's highly informal. The department leaders telling council that intake officers actually work remotely, forcing Baltimore police to make a phone call to just decide whether or not to bring a juvenile into custody. Take a listen to the points raised by Councilman Eric Costello during this most recent council meeting.
This informal process with DJS, intake officers not being on site at the Juvenile Justice Center, is creating greater harm in the city. There's no opportunity to appeal an intake officer's decision not to detain a juvenile who has committed a very serious or violent offense.
Look, this meeting ended with a commitment to change the process. In fact, the Deputy Secretary of Community Services promising effective November 15th, 2 days ago, a memo would go out notifying the department and city leaders of changes to the intake process. But here we are 2 days later, and after that deadline, we've yet to see that memo, neither of those on council. We are going to keep you posted as we continue to follow these accountability concerns. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. This week, state Republicans released a proposal to address the youth violence and overall crime during the next legislative session.
But the plan does not address existing problems that we have seen with home monitoring once a child leaves DJS custody.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Those proposals will be on the table in January, but police and prosecutors are telling Fox 45 News lawmakers cannot wait that long to take action. Lawmakers will be holding a third juvenile crime hearing next month, but they will not be able to pass any new laws or change existing ones until their session begins. You can catch up on all of our stories involving the juvenile crime right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
7:09, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers. Oh, man, look at that. Great way to wake up on a Friday morning.
Absolutely. That sun is already up and shining brightly. Looking outside right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. We had some patchy fog early this morning, but that sun that is now up will continue to have this burn off, that fog, and we're going to see temperatures that will climb again today in the upper 60s, some of us into the lower 70s. So 40s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we're good to go. 51 by about 9 a.m. On your 3 TCAS, we're 71 today. We drop to the 50s tonight and then only upper 50s tomorrow. Definitely will feel that fall chill in the air with that wind as well. Back with your full forecast. We'll also take a look at what we can expect for next week, as a lot of folks are going to be traveling for Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Justin. Here's a look at what is happening today.
Baltimore police will release the body cam footage from last week's police-involved shooting. Officers shot and killed a man after he allegedly pointed a gun in their direction during a chase.
Several state and local lawmakers will be heading to Baltimore County to hear an announcement from Rocket Lab, an aerospace manufacturer in Middle River.
And it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas at the Avenue at White Marsh. They're hosting its annual Christmas tree lighting. Attendees will also get a chance to ice skate and meet with St. Nick himself. Well, here's a look at some of the stories making headlines at this hour.
We know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in DGF.
Fox 45 News continues to investigate possible ties between gang members and the Safe Streets program. Topping our next half hour, we question the mayor about what's happening within Safe Streets.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington with the details of a new plan between the U.S. and China to stop the flow of fentanyl and how confident experts are that it will work.
Billy Joel's Vinyl Collection Volume 2 is out now. You see it right there on our set. That's the black box with the vinyl picture on it. This morning, we'll be giving away a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows, Madison Square Garden. Keep watching to see who will win the grand prize. The names are now in that wine glass right there, and there should be 5 names in there. We're going to be drawing them in just a little bit, drawing one from there to see who's the lucky winner. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. Man, look at that shot all morning. Making your headlines this morning, President Biden says that Chinese President Xi Jinping, they have reached a new understanding on ways to combat the flow of fentanyl into the U.S.
And now Biden is preparing to meet with Mexico's president today, where the issue is likely to be top of mind.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on this impact this could have on the effort to save American lives.
A renewed effort to curb what the DEA calls the single deadliest drug threat the U.S. has ever encountered, fentanyl. Following their meeting Wednesday in San Francisco, President Biden says Chinese President Xi Jinping agreed to take action to reduce the flow of pill presses and precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl to the Western Hemisphere.
It's going to save lives, and I appreciate President Xi's commitment on this issue.
The White House says China's law enforcement will crack down on synthetic drug and chemical suppliers. Already, they say certain China-based pharmaceutical companies have ceased operations. China also restarting its coordination with an international narcotics database meant to disrupt illicit supply chains.
Everybody in China will then see the importance of this because she has made a proclamation.
Dave Luckey, who served at the Department of Homeland Security, says China hasn't put this much emphasis on the issue in years. He said he'd be happy if the agreement is even moderately successful.
Because the last time this occurred, China scheduled fentanyl and all fentanyl analogs and really stopped, to a large extent, the production of fentanyl.
Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher, who chairs the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, says Biden is too lenient with China, saying this before the meeting.
Even if they come up with some working group on fentanyl, which, listen, I hope will be successful, it has come at a cost.
The issue is almost certain to come up Friday when President Biden meets with Mexico's President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. According to the DEA, precursor chemicals are often purchased by cartels in Mexico, which process them into fentanyl, which is then smuggled into the U.S. Finding common ground will likely be difficult.
¿Cuáles son las pruebas?
López Obrador has pushed back on U.S. data about cartel activity, instead blaming the U.S. for the fentanyl problem. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
7:17 and trending this morning, the long-standing battle over iPhone's blue and Android's green text bubbles will soon take a friendlier turn.
Apple announced plans to adopt a messaging standard that will finally bring iMessage features to Android users. The change will add features such as read receipt, typing indicators, better support for group chats, and higher quality media sharing of images and videos across platforms, but no word on the liking and loving of different text messages between the two.
Yeah, but finally, Apple's starting to kind of realize it. They've really figured that out with the charging cable. Same charging cables. Now they're like, okay, well, let's play fair.
It goes both ways because Android is accepting Apple's version to use.
Yeah, I know. Hidden Valley Ranch doubling down on its classic flavor. The company announcing a new collaboration with itself to make an X-shaped double bottle of ranch.
So it opens on both ends. I was worried, like gravity made this difficult to understand.
Hidden Valley says it comes with the herbs, spices, flavor, and of course, double the bottles. The new limited edition ranch bottle will be available Saturday.
All right, I have two things to say. First of all, who puts ranch on a hot dog? Come on. Megan?
I do.
She's also an iPhone user.
Man.
So.
I also have a very bad stomach ache right now, so you know maybe
yes,
that.
We won't talk
that
about
comes
food.
in.
All right, my big question with the whole Android Apple thing is it going to be green or blue? That was never addressed in that story.
Oh, yeah, they don't say what color.
Because they don't say what color.
I was
it's
assuming it would be the Apple since they said Android was adopting iPhone's features.
Does that mean, but Android, there's no way Android people are like, oh, we'll accept the blue. This guy.
I don't care. But does color really matter? No.
I've never.
We're not as anal as iPhone users are.
Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here. Beautiful shot from our Towson camera. I try to say something and it doesn't work. So anyway, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam got a few of those high thin clouds out there. Overall, we had some patchy fog this morning, but things are looking up nicely now. In fact, that sun is up and burning off some of that fog that we had. 41 your temperature officially in Towson right now. Now, looking at our HD radar, not much to see here as the rain is well to the west of us along that cold front through the Ohio River Valley. Warmer temperatures out ahead of this front are going to be streaming in as we head toward the afternoon. That rain is not going to impact you until tonight. So this is 4 o'clock on your Friday afternoon. Increasing cloud cover, warm temperatures with that southerly wind. Rain not until about 9 p.m. That's going to sneak into northwestern Carroll County and Frederick County, and then closer to Baltimore County and Howard County by about 10 o'clock. Into the 11 o'clock hour, more of those showers continue to stream into the 95 corridor. So again, this is going to be late tonight into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, what's left behind it? The wind and the cooler temperatures as well. You will definitely feel a difference by tomorrow morning. I'd turn the heater on tonight if I were you. All right, here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, lower 40s here this hour, mid 60s by noontime, and upper 60s and even into the lower 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour as those kids get out and you pick them up from the bus stop for whatever activities you have planned today. 57 is typically where we are. We're going to be in the mid to upper 60s, Eastern Shore, Chestertown, Rock Hall through Stevensville into Easton at 69 today. Lower 70s in Baltimore City up into Cockeysville, 64 for you in Bel Air. A real nice day up and down the 95 corridor. Heading to Philly, about 67 today, almost 70 in D.C., mid 60s if you're heading down the ocean. We had some LIFR, which is low IFR this morning at Martin, but overall we're going to be VFR throughout the day today and visual flight rules for pilots if you're going to be flying around. But look at this temperature tracker. We're definitely going down starting tomorrow and Sunday, and then we're into the green next week in terms of temperature contours, so those temperatures are going to be coming down a little bit. Also, the green that we're tracking is the rain. This is going to be Tuesday afternoon into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and then more of that heavy rain Tuesday night into Wednesday. The latest model track on this is going to be basically a Tuesday evening through Wednesday morning event, and it will mainly be rain showers, but this is the very busy travel time that we're talking about, Tuesday into Wednesday morning, even some snow in parts of the Northeast by Wednesday morning and into the afternoon. So that could definitely snarl a bunch of the travel situations you might have. Even a few snow showers are possible in some of our western mountains by the time we head into Wednesday afternoon. But by Thursday, the cooler air is coming in and we're dry. We're all good for Thanksgiving, but look at that high on Thursday. So we go from the 70s today to the upper 40s for highs next Thursday. Again, we got to get through that next weather maker as people are going to be traveling for the holiday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we are continue to track that accident. And you see the two vehicles and the state trooper there. This is 695 and the inner loop right at 150 here. It's causing some backup for a few miles, and they did have it moved over now, as you see, to the median, but you're still backed all the way up. And let me see how far. Oh, yeah, you're all the way back up 695 right when you're at Pulaski Highway. You start tapping your brakes there, and it's because of that accident where the one car in the middle has its whole front end smashed in.
Well, you've probably heard of coffee-flavored ice cream, but what about waffle-flavored coffee? More on this new morning brew and when you can get it at the end of the hour.
And ice at Gaylord National, it's on. As you can see, already the activities have started. I mean, it's a winter wonderland, so many things to do. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
725.
A beloved Christmas destination is back this weekend.
Mark Clark live at Gaylord National Ice Village, hanging out with old Red Nose himself. All right, make sure whenever you get to the ice area, don't lick the ice, Mark.
That's right. I'm not licking the ice because the kids are having too much fun. But with Kirk here, Kirk's in charge of special events and entertainment, man. It's 7 in the morning and all this is even going on. And we can't forget about Rudolph. Come here real quick, Rudolph.
Come on,
Rudolph
Rudolph.
is here.
There we go.
Hi. Oh, Rudolph is a little shy. Hey, Rudolph. Okay, so Kirk, what is going on? I mean, it's 7 in the morning.
Welcome to Gaylord National, and we are standing in the middle of Christmas Village, which is an immersive experience for our guests when they come to Christmas at Gaylord National. All starts with our 55-foot Christmas tree out in the atrium, suspended from the ceiling. We've got live shows out in the atrium here in Christmas Village. You can throw a snowball. You can come down Snowflow Mountain, which was right behind us. We've got pictures with Santa. You can have a story time with Mrs. Claus, and of course, ice. This year featuring Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's an incredibly beautiful walkthrough experience. 20 minutes through a 17,000 square foot tent that's kept at 9 degrees, featuring 14 scenes from the 1964 Christmas classic, all carved out of ice. 6,000 blocks of ice, 2 million gallons of water. It's absolutely incredible.
And Kirk, it's amazing. I'm so excited to see it back. It's been a tradition, but I know there was a time when we couldn't have it. We had COVID. The people couldn't get the people to come over and do it. So everything's back. So it's time to come back.
It's time to come back and see it. We are bigger and better than ever. Again, we're celebrating with Rudolph this year, and we're actually introducing our Spread Kindness and Shine Brightly campaign, which is all about, you know, you look at Rudolph, he's got a difference. He became a leader. That's right. And now he shines brightly. And we want people to have that same message throughout the entire season. So we're celebrating it this year.
And if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows. And it does.
It does.
Ice is glowing this year, guys. I mean, you can feel the excitement already, right?
Oh.
I mean, my kids who are in their 20s, they want to come. So.
My kids loved it too, and not only Rudolph, but Santa's there too,
yeah.
and you get to sit on his lap. It's just the whole experience.
I think Rudolph and Mark need to go down the slide. So what
Together.
I'm thinking here, yeah.
A double tube.
It could happen.
It could happen.
We're going to put more information on our website on how you can get out there and enjoy foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The official Thanksgiving travel period starts today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how the holiday travel forecast is shaping up.
And the Ravens getting a big win against the Bengals, while Lamar Jackson said this game was a must win. It is 7:28. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7:31, and we're taking you right to M&T Bank Stadium, where they were all blacked out. And as Lamar Jackson says, they were wearing their sexy outfits last night. Flock waking up victorious thanks to the big win over Cincinnati Bengals. Final score, 34-20.
A must win. You know, we really needed that after the defeat to the Browns, what we went through Sunday, few days ago. But I like how our team responded and bounced back. You know, Thursday night, under this crazy crowd we had, it was electrifying tonight.
It was just a fun night in Baltimore. So our team played exceptionally well, and I'm proud of them for finding a way to win this game, play their best football.
Yeah, but there was one major blow they took. Harbaugh announcing Mark Andrews suffered a serious ankle injury that most likely, right here's the play, has him out for the rest of the season.
Well, good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, November 17th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast for us.
Well, I was talking about how everybody around the world got to see Baltimore, and I was like, oh, it wasn't on national TV. Somebody's like, it was on TV on some other channel, but that not nationally. Nationally, it was only on the streaming service. So that's what I was talking about, to clarify. Looking outside right now, it was a great night in Baltimore last night, and overall a great morning here in Towson. Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, Baltimore County overall. That sun is up now with a few of those high, thin clouds. 40s and 50s right now. 41 in Baltimore City, 43 in Bel Air, but we're up to 54 in Westminster. So we've seen some kind of mild conditions there. Overall, kind of a cool Friday morning. Definitely a warm afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some showers that will move in late tonight. So we're going to top out in the upper 60s and lower 70s today, and then a big temperature change. Only 59 Saturday. Sunday, not too bad, right about 60, but you'll notice those cooler temperatures for the weekend. Back with your full forecast, including a look ahead to Thanksgiving and that big storm that's setting up for next week.
We're getting another armed robbery at gunpoint involving a white Honda Elantra. Fox is down.
This morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore police Foxtrot helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most.
The Baltimore Police Department Aviation Unit is one of the department's most critical crime-fighting tools.
Sources with knowledge about the Foxtrot operation tell us the aviation unit has a huge issue with staffing pilots. They are now down to only 3 line pilots, but chief spokesperson for BPD is calling those concerns, quote, inaccurate. Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway, the chair of the council's Public Safety Committee, weighing in on that concern.
I think it's really important that we figure out what's going on there. We need all the resources that we can to support our officers and the work that they do. We don't want to be in instances where we need Foxtrot and we don't have it. That's not acceptable.
Wednesday night, just after 9, officers were called on Foxtrot after 2 back-to-back armed robberies, but they were met with an out-of-service response. Now, Councilman Conway is questioning why Foxtrot has not been able to respond in multiple instances.
Is it a matter of staffing? Is it a matter of maintenance? Is it a matter of something else that we can't speak for at the moment? I want to get to those questions as soon as possible.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the BPD, including what is the staffing situation with Foxtrot and are more pilots needed? A spokesperson responded saying Foxtrot has set hours of operations and those hours fluctuate during high crime times. When referring to the Saturday incident, they said, quote, Foxtrot had not started their shift yet. This was not due to staffing, funding, or mechanical issues.
Baltimore's police union is putting a spotlight on some staffing shortages in the Southern District. Just this past weekend, just 4 scheduled officers were on patrol Saturday and Sunday mornings. Commanders then needed to recruit 12 other officers to be able to work overtime in order to fill the vacancies. While a police spokesperson insists the shifts were fully staffed, union leaders say it's dangerous to rely on officers working overtime.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is continuing to demand transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott about the Safe Streets program, one day after the mayor cut our questions short. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with his response, including whether he supports a full forensic audit or not. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. Fox 45 News has been pressing Mayor Brandon Scott for answers about Safe Street's possible ties to the Black Guerrilla Family or BGF gang. The mayor finally responding to our questions, saying that he is committed to accountability. Take a listen to what he said.
So we're going to go through this again, Mackenzie. I think that we appreciate your reporting, and we appreciate the fact that you guys can go and look up public documents in court and know that one individual way back in 2010 had been involved in BGF and was in Safe Streets. But we know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in BGF. Whoever it is, if they're in the streets of Baltimore and they're doing things with BGF or any other organized person, if we find out, we will do what we do all the time. If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother. She'll be treated the same way.
Now, Mayor Scott referenced 2010 there because a court record from 2010 shows BGF gang members were trying to get hired within Safe Streets to help legitimize the gang. Now, funding for the Safe Streets program comes from the state coffers, so we pressed the mayor on if he would support the state forensic auditors taking a look at how the money in Safe Streets is being spent.
We have a fabulous comptroller in the city of Baltimore who is quite capable of doing that, and we know that when you receive state grants for things, that the state does that on their own.
So if the state auditors were to say they wanted to do it, would you support that?
I just answered that question. City first, and then if the state wants to step in and do that, they can have at it. We're not hiding anything.
The Audit Commission, which is made up of 7 members, could call for a single audit, but so far that hasn't happened yet. As for a state-level audit, we're reaching out to lawmakers to see if they would support a probe, and of course, we'll let you know if we hear back. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible.
City Councilman Eric Costello announcing his mayoral support for former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Why he's saying Mayor Brandon Scott is lacking leadership to lead Baltimore.
And the Israeli Defense Forces finding an underground tunnel in a Gaza hospital. We'll tell you more about the discovery just ahead here from the Live Center.
Highs in the upper 60s, low 70s today, when we could expect our next chance for rain. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning, civilians in Gaza plunged into darkness as the Israel-Hamas war expands into the Middle East.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest on the war and the increasingly dire situation for the civilians in that region. Taylor.
That is absolutely right. Take a look at this article from The Guardian that's updating in real time. You can see the UN is warning now of immediate possibility of starvation in Gaza. Right now, the internet, telephone services, they're completely down, cutting off all communication across the Gaza Strip. And that may last indefinitely. Washington's also doubling down on claims that Hamas used Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital as a command center and a storage facility. Israeli Defense Forces posted this video showing a tunnel shaft inside the region's largest hospital, where hundreds were sheltering inside. And take a listen to what else they discovered.
There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
This morning, we've also learned IDF forces recovered the body of one of the hostages right near that hospital. 65-year-old grandmother Yehudet Weiss was one of 240 people abducted. And meantime, families of those who were stolen by Hamas are on a 5-day march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They're demanding the government do as much as they can to secure their releases.
We are trying to kind of scrape the last remnants of faith and trust in our government, that when a relevant deal comes to the table, they will take it.
And as those negotiations for a ceasefire drag on, take a look at this. The IDF says it struck Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. They also destroyed the home of a key Hamas leader, according to officials there. We'll keep you posted from the Live Center.
Thank you, Taylor. Coming up in our next hour, we are investigating gang connections within Baltimore's Safe Streets program. More on our investigation and the demands from residents.
And coming up, lung cancer screenings remain low. A medical expert weighs in on survival rates and who should get tested. It is 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
New numbers just out this week show the survival rate for lung cancer in the U.S. has increased significantly. However, the number of people who get tested for lung cancer is not nearly enough. This morning, Dr. Sasha Krupnik, Chief of Thoracic Surgery at the University of Maryland Medical Center, is joining us live to weigh in on these new findings from the American Lung Association. Good morning, doctor. Thanks for joining us.
Good, Megan. Thank you for having me on.
Of course. I want to start with the good news. What do you think is causing that survival rate to increase so dramatically?
I think we've made a lot of progress in new therapies, including immune therapy, better screening, people getting radiation and surgery before it's too late when the cancer is early. That's really made the most survival, early detection and novel therapies coming online.
The big thing noted from the American Lung Association is that there needs to be more screenings, more testings that could really help people out. How do you know if you need a lung screening?
Well, there are certain groups that are at higher risk, specifically people with smokers or a history of smoking. Those people should definitely be tested. Again, we screen for prostate cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. Lung cancer screening is lagging behind these other cancers. If we catch lung cancer early, we can cure you. And once it's spread, the cure rate's lower.
I was just going to say, isn't lung cancer still the leading cause of cancer deaths?
That is correct. Lung cancer kills more patients than prostate, colon, and breast cancer combined. So it is the leading cause of death.
When we look at those screenings, are we looking at once a year? Do you ask your doctor about this? How do you initiate this?
Your doctor can just get you plugged into established protocols. Yes, once a year, low dose CT, very little radiation, and we pick up cancers early, and then we can intervene before they get to the point where they're untreatable. Correct.
You touched on that screening a little bit. Just a CT scan, is that all it requires?
That is correct. It's a special CT scanner with very low dose radiation. So your family doctor can plug you in. University of Maryland has a robust screening program, or your family doctor can order it and refer if there is something that's picked up. That is correct.
We mentioned some groups of people, you know, smokers who definitely want to get those screenings. Are there any symptoms that maybe would make you more susceptible to you know, getting another eye on this?
No, that's exactly the problem. There are no symptoms. Early lung cancer is completely asymptomatic. So that's the problem. If you had early symptoms, you would get screened. So it's imperative that anybody at risk, history of smoking, family history, does get screened. That is correct.
And early detection, you're seeing a much better survival rate now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This data is about 20 years old, and was a huge step that started this cure curve. 20 years ago, we realized we can screen, we can pick them up early, and we can cure patients that were previously uncurable.
We just got to take that step. Dr. Krupnik, we appreciate you shining a light on this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers standing by.
I am here. Good morning. And looking at our weather headlines, zoomed into the Charm City Tanks shot. One of my favorite shots there with the sun that is out there this morning. We did have some fog early in some spots, but it's going to warm up nicely. We will get increasing cloud cover throughout the day today, too, but our temperatures are going to warm up with that. So lower 40s right now, lower 70s by the time we get into the afternoon, at least for some of us. A lot of us will be in the upper 60s. Overall, a pretty nice day, but we're tracking some showers that are going to move in late. We're talking later tonight for any of that rain. Right now, you can't see any rain here on our radar. Up and down the 95 corridor, we are good to go. Got to go west to find some of that moisture, and that's ahead of that cold front that's moving through the Ohio River Valley. We're seeing a lot of rain there through central Ohio, up into parts of Michigan and into western PA. That's going to move closer to us, but it's going to take its time. So throughout the day today on your hourly future scan, notice we have a lot of cloud cover here. 3-4 o'clock hour, we're dry. The southerly wind helping to warm us up. And then as we get into about 8-9 o'clock tonight, that's when some of those showers start to move in to northwestern Carroll County, parts of Frederick County as well. 10-11 o'clock really is when that rain is going to roll through. And it's not going to be a big drought busting rain. It'll just be a little bit of some light rain. So it'll be a bit wet tomorrow morning when you wake up, but drying out quickly with all of that wind turning from the northwest. And it'll be the breezy or windy and cooler conditions for the day on Saturday. 45 your temp next hour on your day planner, your MetroCast day planner. And we'll be in the mid 60s. You can probably do lunch outdoors today. No issues with that. Maybe even grilling out on the patio in that 3, 4, 5 o'clock hour this afternoon, getting into your happy hour and your Friday festivities, and temps in the upper 60s and lower 70s. So checking those numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid 60s, the Hereford zone over to Westminster, Eldersburg at 66, almost 70 in Towson and Lutherville over through Timonium today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're in the mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton, right about 68 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Eastern Shore, my friends there, Rock Hall over to Chester, up into Chestertown, even Denton at 71 today, and 69 in Talbot County there for Easton. I haven't landed over at Talbot Talbot County. Got to go over to Easton pretty soon. Hey, here's our leaf cast. And yeah, it's a good day to get the yard all cleaned up if you'd like. But tomorrow we got a red light because that wind is going to be blowing all of those piles of leaves around. Even Sunday, still some breezy conditions. Then our focus turns to next week, and this is going to be a drought-busting storm. We're going to see some good rain with this. However, it comes almost at an inconvenient time, Tuesday afternoon into the evening and Wednesday, the very busy travel days that we will see as folks are going to be moving up and down the East Coast by car and by plane and train. This is Tuesday at 7 o'clock where the heaviest rain is moving up toward the northeast, and even into early Wednesday morning, some of those heavier showers around for us. By Wednesday afternoon, most of that rain looks to move out of here. We could see some snow in parts of the northeast, so that could really snarl travelers, especially in that big northeastern corridor around New York and Boston. So we'll keep our eyes on that. We're not talking snow here, but we're definitely talking some changes by next week. So 71 today, upper 50s tomorrow, right about 60 on Sunday. Then those numbers are going to drop on Monday. Notice Tuesday and Wednesday is when we'll have that rain roll in. Thursday for Turkey Day is looking cooler, much cooler at that, only 48. And as we expand that out to your 10-day forecast, Black Friday, we'll see those temperatures back to the lower 50s. Overall, not too bad with cooler temperatures next weekend.
Well, coming up, artificial intelligence could be heading to your child's school. What one company is considering and the concerns now from teachers.
And this morning I'm at ICE Gaylord National with a special message.
Happy holidays!
Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Good job, guys. Good job.
The iced anchor desk right there. The only thing missing from their desk.
They need a little holiday cup full of something warm.
Yes, maybe a Rofo coffee cup frozen to the desk.
Let's take a coffee break.
It'd be iced coffee, right?
Could be. It could be. Take a look at this. ChatGPT creator OpenAI is looking at putting AI in the classroom.
The tech company is reportedly forming a team to discuss educational applications for its product.
So its service has quickly become one of the most popular chatbots in the world and is already used by some students to help with papers. Since its launch, some teachers have found ways to implement the tool, while others want it banned and believe that it creates privacy issues for children due to its data collection features. Well, in your consumer news now this morning, you may be having waffles with your coffee this morning, but have you considered having waffles in your coffee?
Coffee Mate and Eggo, as you see right here, teaming up to make waffles and maple syrup flavored creamer. It supposedly adds a rich, syrupy and buttery taste to your morning brew. This new caffeinated concoction will set you back about $5 and will be available this January and only for a limited time. Create a sense of urgency.
Yep.
Number one sales pitch.
Well, another warmer day in the high 60s. Sense of urgency here. We're wondering how long this nice weather is going to stick around after the break. A look at the possible showers coming in the next few hours.
Massive community outreach event coming to Baltimore today and tomorrow. In our next hour, a look at the event and all the services, workshops, and more that they are offering. Oh, but wait a minute. Yeah, we're going to award somebody a trip to see Billy Joel live this morning, and you get that vinyl collection right there on the table. The 5 names in the wine glass, just one gets drawn out a little bit later this morning. 7:56 your time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
One Baltimore councilman throws his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Coming up next, why he's calling for a change in city leadership.
It's late, and the Department of Juvenile Services yet to release their latest plan to combat the juvenile crime. This is resident safety concerns have reached a tipping point. Thank you for joining us on this Friday morning, November 17th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us with a look at our forecast today.
Good morning, Meg. Good morning, Tom. Good morning to all of you on this now Victory Friday. And that was feeling sweet last night, that great game over at M&T Bank Stadium. So overall, we'll get a rest, right? Ravens won't be back until December 10th, and we'll have that game right here on Fox 45, actually. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore. Lots of sun that is up right now over the Inner Harbor. Our temperatures have rebounded a little bit. We're at 47 in Baltimore City, 45 in Chestertown, upper 30s there in Cockeysville, 51 your temp currently in Annapolis. So as you're out and about next few hours, those temps will keep climbing. Check out those mid-60s by noontime. We will see increasing cloud cover as we go through the day, but not tracking rain really until tonight. In fact, should top out about 71 today. We'll drop to the lower 50s tonight and then upper 50s on your Saturday. So definitely a bit cooler for the weekend. More on your full forecast coming up in a few.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning, in a city in crisis, City Councilman Eric Costello expressing a strong message there, saying he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore moving forward. Costello claims it's time for a change, and he believes that Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
This is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it happened less than 48 hours before Mayor Scott will be kicking off his re-election campaign, which is happening tomorrow. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is live right outside City Hall this morning with the fallout from Costello's remarks and how the mayor is responding. Olivia.
Hey, well, Tom, you just heard Councilman Eric Costello say that City Hall here has reached a level of dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But it was just 4 years ago, if you remember, that he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign.
Make no mistake about it. I love Brandon Scott as a person. I do. And it pains me to say that his lack of leadership is failing all of us. We are at an inflection point, and continuing on this trajectory is simply not an option.
Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. A spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, "Do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards," end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. And also, despite some tough words, Costello says he still expects to continue to work with Mayor Brandon Scott without incident. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:03, and Baltimore residents are telling Fox 45 News they have steadily grown more frustrated with city leadership over the past few months. In fact, while shootings and homicides are down this year, the city is seeing car thefts more than triple over the first 10 months of the year. Mayor Scott says it's a nationwide problem and that he doubled down on a lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Baltimore police are still down more than 500 officers, and the department admitted a staffing shortage may have hindered its response to July's Brooklyn Day mass shooting. There are also new concerns about BPD's Foxtrot helicopter. We're going to have more on that in our next half hour. Another issue that we're seeing in the city, Mayor Scott promised a return to weekly recycling pickup by February of next year, but DPW says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and a lack of working trash trucks.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood.
Again, during his endorsement of Dixon yesterday, Councilman Costello called out dysfunction at City Hall under the Scott administration. He says the situation is worse than he thought possible.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
Scan this QR code right there on your screen if you want to tell us about city dysfunction that you may have experienced, whether it's broken water pipes or high water bills, robberies, or just trash piling up in your neighborhood. We want to hear about it. The QR code will bring you to a form that you can fill out with details of what happened. So you can also find this story within Jeff Abel's story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Councilman Costello has also been vocal about holding young offenders accountable.
During a recent hearing on car thefts, he questioned the Department of Juvenile Services about their intake process, but his deadline for an answer has already come and gone.
We continue our coverage now of the juvenile crime crisis. Taylor Stewart live in studio with a look at the latest calls for accountability from the Department of Juvenile Services. Taylor.
That's right, Megan and Tom. Juvenile robberies, car thefts, they're on the rise, and leaders in DJS were in the hot seat this week. We learned the process of detaining a teen accused of a crime is highly informal. The department's deputy secretary telling council that intake officers work remotely, forcing Baltimore police to make a phone call just to decide whether or not to bring a juvenile into custody. Take a listen to the points raised by Councilman Costello at the most recent council meeting.
This informal process with DJS, intake officers not being on site at the Juvenile Justice Center, is creating greater harm in the city. There's no opportunity to appeal an intake officer's decision not to detain a juvenile who has committed a very serious or violent offense.
Here's the thing, though. This meeting ended with a commitment to change the process. In fact, the leader with the DJS said that they would, effective in November, send out a memo notifying the department and city leaders of the changes to that process. But 2 days later, after the deadline, we've yet to see a change to the intake process, and city council leaders have yet to see that either. We're going to keep our eyes out for that and keep you posted here. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. President Joe Biden signing a temporary bill to fund the federal government. The president signed the spending bill a day before a potential government shutdown. The bill keeps the lights on into next year to give lawmakers more time to negotiate a long-term package. The bill has two new deadlines, January 19th for some agencies and February 2nd for others, which means a partial government shutdown could happen twice. The spending bill does not include additional aid that the White House requested for Israel and Ukraine or humanitarian aid for Palestinians. Mixed messaging from BPD as we question if staffing shortages are to blame for two recent armed robberies.
Deeply disturbing. That is what the post by one Johns Hopkins doctor being called, why he is now on leave from the facility.
Our temperatures are warming up. In fact, we get one more real nice above average day before those numbers plummet this weekend. We'll take a look at that and the rain that's on the way next week. It's all coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:10 is your time right now. I hope you're enjoying your Friday morning, our Victory Friday here in Baltimore. And overall, not too bad. In fact, throughout most of central Maryland, looking good. We do have those clouds that are hanging around. And don't be surprised if you see more of that cloud cover throughout the day today. Those temperatures are going to be very nice, mid to upper 60s and some lower 70s. The rain, not an issue until tonight. I'm not even going to put your umbrella in the out the door cast because unless you're out after about 9 or 10 p.m., that is the only time you'll need the umbrella. But maybe a light jacket this morning and have those shades ready to go. And if you're out for a run or a jog, low to mid and upper 50s over the next few hours. We'll talk about what we can expect for the rest of the weekend ahead, as well as the all-important travel forecast for next week's busy travel holiday.
Well, now let's take a look at what's happening around the Baltimore region today. Baltimore police will release the body camera footage from last week's police-involved shooting. Officers shot and killed a man after he allegedly pointed a gun in their direction during a chase.
Also today, several state and local lawmakers will head to Baltimore County to hear an announcement from Rocket Lab, an aerospace manufacturer in Middle River. And it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. The Avenue at White Marsh is hosting its annual Christmas tree lighting. Attendees will also get a chance to ice skate with St. Nick himself.
We continue our investigation into the Safe Streets program. A government watchdog is joining us to outline the troubling ties with local nonprofits and gangs.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
For years, the Fox 45 team has been investigating the Safe Streets program, and now there appears to be ties with the notorious Black Power gang operating within the mayor's program. Joining us this morning with the latest on the Black Guerrilla family Safe Streets connection, Adam Andrzejewski from OpenTheBooks.com. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom. Yeah, it looks like the gangs made the streets safe for themselves.
Yeah, this was something that you've been looking into. Is there a smoking gun here that points, say, okay, directly, the Black Guerrilla family gang has infiltrated Safe Streets and have been for some time?
So, where there's smoke, there's fire. So when Fox 45 filed your Sunshine Open Records request, asking for the payroll names of the violence interrupters that work for the Safe Streets program. Those names were redacted from the payroll information. Now you have the city's top charities running this program. You got Catholic Charities running this. You got LifeBridge running this. And look, they were not transparent with who works in those positions. And now you've done a great job of, over the course of the last 10 to 12 years, exposing gang infiltration on the violence interrupter payroll. They were looking like they have a lot to hide, and it seems like they do have a lot to hide.
So who particularly, though, is hiding this? I mean, because I know that the organizations that took these Safe Streets locations were asked to do it in front of the mayor, asked them to do it. They stepped up because that's what they do for all other things, fighting crime, Catholic Charities. We know that, LifeBridge Health. They both were kind of like, okay, well, we want these. They're in our areas we're already taking. So is LifeBridge and Catholic Charities, are they the ones that are hiding this kind of connection here and redacting the names?
Well, look, they need to step up and show some leadership. I took a look at the finances for both these organizations, and last year, in the latest year available, Catholic Charities had revenues of about $150 million, and the CEO of Catholic Charities locally made more than the President of the United States at about $450,000. You know, since 2022, according to the city checkbook that we just received, Catholic Charities has received over $16 million in city payments. So this is not a charitable enterprise for them. They're being paid big dollars. LifeBridge is a wholly different story. Their revenues are about twice that of Catholic Charities, about $300 million a year. Last year, their CEO made over $3 million. Their CFO made over $1.6 million. Their COO made over $1.4 million. And they're the ones running site locations for Safe Streets. Why are they dialed in for tens of millions of dollars to the taxpayer wallets when they're public charities? If this is such a
you're saying
terrific
that,
initiative.
Adam, you're saying LifeBridge Health? I thought that was a private company.
Well, LifeBridge is a nonprofit with $300 million worth of revenues.
Okay, so both Catholic Charities and LifeBridge Health, you're saying, are not private companies, and they are charities that are then running these because the money's going through the Baltimore City, the leaders there, and then they ask for these two charities to help them figure out what's going on and help them run these organizations, and then that makes them, it separates out the I guess the flow of information, so that does keep it private, because then these charities are the ones that are in charge of kind of issuing out the checks.
Look, these are the city elites, and there is the number one issue in Baltimore is crime and crime prevention and violence prevention. And so everybody needs to be doing it at a higher level and a better level. Look, Johns Hopkins University, they're in on this too. So over the course of the last 22 months, they've received $25 million from the city. Yet they were the ones that said Safe Streets has delivered oftentimes a 20% reduction in violence. And that's ridiculous. Nobody in Baltimore believes that. The mayor got exactly what he paid for out of that Johns Hopkins study.
Adam Andrzejewski, OpenTheBooks.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
8:19 now. It's Friday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at what we can expect here.
What a game last night, right?
Yeah.
And what an atmosphere here in Baltimore for the world to see online. It was great to have that blackout and nice temperatures right at 55 degrees. Who said it was going to be 55 at kickoff? I think it's that Derek guy over on WJZ. Towson, good morning to you. Looking outside right now, we are a little hazy. And look, we still have some moderate air quality and even some unhealthy air quality for friends in Virginia. That's because of those wildfires that are still burning to the south of us. So some of that haze kind of hanging around. You might smell that outside. We're going to get more cloud cover today. The rain tonight, not going to do much to help out, but the rain next week will do a lot to help out our drought situation here at home. But we're dry right now. Got to go all the way out toward western PA and into the Ohio River Valley to get any of that rain. And that's where that cold front hanging out right now. That's going to be moving in as we get into the late afternoon and evening tonight. So that's our next weather maker. This is our hourly future scan. This updates every hour. This is the HRRR. So you can see the red lines indicating that the red arrows, that's the southerly wind. So the warmer temperatures are here, even though we get more cloud cover. The rain stays free, so I'm going out 5, 6, 7 o'clock tonight. Should be good to go. Can't wait to check out the new barn at Bordy tonight. Very excited about that. Got it all redone and should be a lot of fun. And then look at this, 9, 10 o'clock this evening as you head out from dinner, maybe heading home. That's when some of these rain showers will roll through into the 11 and even toward the midnight hour. Some of those scattered showers will be around. So not during the day will you need an umbrella. In fact, you can get a round of golf in if you'd like. Temperatures here next hour in the lower 50s on your forecast. 60s by about noontime and mid to upper 60s. Even some lower 70s expected. Down to Easton, close to 70, 71 in Denton, 68 Chestertown, mid 60s in Annapolis, 67 Columbia, and 71 in Baltimore City. Even if you're heading down to D.C., we'll be close to 70 in the district today and 72 in Richmond. Flying today, pilots? Yeah, southerly wind, but overall looking at VFR conditions, so visual flight rules as we're good to go. Temperatures coming down. This is the temperature tracker, and you can see how those numbers steadily go down and stay down even in the below average category by the time we get to next week. Now, our future scan, this is another updated model, and this takes us to Tuesday morning. Notice that little blob of blue right there. Could have enough cold air, or we'll see a few flakes mixing in northern Baltimore County along the PA line, but it's mainly going to be the cold rain, and this is coming into that 4 or 5 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon. The heaviest rain is going to come now Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, so this is going to impact millions of people traveling up and down the 95 corridor through Wednesday morning. And then watch what happens. This is about 11 a.m. on Wednesday. We're going to be okay here, but look what's going on up in New York and into Massachusetts. They're going to be talking about snow, so that's going to really potentially mess things up with that very busy travel day. That's what we got for you. 7-day forecast as we look here. Breezy and cooler tomorrow. We're drying out and less windy on Sunday, and then those numbers will be back into the 50s here, but it's going to be cold. Look at that Thanksgiving temperature, guys. We're talking 48 for our high on Thursday afternoon.
All right, Justin, thank you. A national campaign coming to Baltimore this weekend to provide food and clothes and much more to those in need. How you can get involved, plus the Ravens legend that will be in attendance.
And Ice at Gaylord National is a work of art, but more importantly, a work of play. It's a great time, an amazing time for the kids and the families. Tell y'all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
On Dasher, on Dancer, on Donner, on Blitzen, right? Christmas is approaching, but the ice has already been chiseled.
Of course, Mark Clark playing some reindeer games down at the Gaylord National Ice Village, and you got the park on. How is it out there, Mark?
Yes, it's perfect. It's perfectly warm. Jennifer is warming my heart here this morning with the kids and everything. This is amazing. This really is. I'm really blown away. I mean, really.
We love doing this every year. It is truly a tradition for the area.
Yeah.
And it warms your heart. You know, this year ice is back. It is a walk through winter wonderland carved from 2 million pounds of ice. And every year we do a new theme, and this year it is my favorite. It's the most famous reindeer of all, Rudolph.
Yes, I love it. And you know, again, the workmanship, the craftsmanship is amazing, but the fun level too. I mean, it's so, you know, again, my kids are now in their 20s, but they've been coming their whole life. And this, I'm telling you, this is different from a standpoint of it just seems so special. Maybe it's the figures that remind me of when I was a kid.
Absolutely. And it truly is, I say, it is designed for children of all ages.
Wow.
Whether it's something that you watched as a kid in your family's living room or something you see now
And so
with your
I hate
kids.
to cut you off.
No,
Now,
no.
where can we, how do we come? Tell the people what they need to do. How long is it running? Everything.
All right, so we open this Sunday and we run through the 31st. Open every day, including the holidays.
Awesome.
And you can find out more at Christmas at GaylordNational.com.
Jennifer, thanks so much.
Thanks.
A fun time, guys. You already know about it. Come on and check it out.
Yes. What a great event.
I'm
All
at
right.
the ice desk.
Well done.
All right, thank you, Mark. I thought when we were saying chiseled, he would say chiseled like me, but he did not. All right, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We are above average today, completely opposite of the ice with a chance of rain later on. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers telling us what we can expect the showers, plus a look at your holiday travel forecast.
And this morning, we continue to demand answers from Mayor Scott about safe streets. Coming up next, find out how he responded when we asked him about the program's possible gang ties. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Why BPD failed to one of its most important crime-stopping tools during 2 armed robberies. Some say staff shortages could be to blame.
And a Johns Hopkins teacher now on leave. The social media post from the facility that's now making conflict with the Middle East.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Reset here.
Yes. Yeah, it's a Friday morning, and it's really not a purple Friday.
It's not, but you know what? It was a win.
Yes.
So I just felt like we should keep it going.
Yeah, and it looks great. I love the dress. It looks really good, and it was sexy black, according to Lamar Jackson yesterday.
It was.
Blackout, yeah.
Well, I like a sexy black dress.
And it worked.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers might let us know if we can wear one of those tonight. But now, how are we feeling?
I mean, you could, absolutely. You can always wear one. Just got to know that after about 9, 10 o'clock, that's when some of the rain is going to roll in. So we're not talking about rain during the day. And yeah, they definitely brought sexy back last night for sure with that big old win. First place in the entire AFC, at least for now. Let's take a look outside, show you what's going on downtown Baltimore. Inner Harbor Skycam, the sun looking very nice here as it is up. Now we're going to have more of that cloud cover hanging around throughout the day today. Statewide, our temperatures are in the 40s and 50s for the most part. 46 in Bel Air, 47 Baltimore City, 48 in Chestertown, and lower 50s in Annapolis. So out and about the next couple of hours, upper 50s and lower 60s. We're on our way to highs that will be close to the lower 70s for some of us today, but only upper 50s tomorrow. That'll be a big shock to the system, and then right back to about 60 on Sunday. We have some big changes as well next week, as we anticipate a lot of travel for the holiday. Of course, Thanksgiving next Thursday. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few.
We're getting another armed robbery at gunpoint involving a white Honda Elantra. Fox is down.
Now this morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore Police Foxtrot helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most.
The Baltimore Police Department Aviation Unit is one of the department's most critical crime-fighting tools. Sources with knowledge about Foxtrot tell us the aviation unit, quote, has a huge issue with staffing pilots. They are now down to just 3 line pilots, but chief spokesperson for BPD is calling those concerns, quote, inaccurate. Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway, the chair of the council's Public Safety Committee, weighs in on the concern.
I think it's really important that we figure out what's going on there. We need all the resources that we can to support our officers and the work that they do. We don't want to be in instances where we need Foxtrot and we don't have it. That's not acceptable.
Wednesday night, just after 9 o'clock, officers called for Foxtrot after 2 back-to-back armed robberies, but they were met with an out-of-service response. Now, Councilman Conway is questioning why Foxtrot has not been able to respond in multiple instances.
Is it a matter of staffing? Is it a matter of maintenance? Is it a matter of something else that we can't speak for at the moment? I want to get to those questions as soon as possible.
Fox 45 News sent questions to Baltimore's police department, including what is the staffing situation with Foxtrot and are more pilots needed? Well, a spokesperson responded, writing, Foxtrot has set hours of operation and those hours fluctuate during high crime times. When referring to the Saturday incident, they wrote, Foxtrot had not started their shift yet. This was not due to staffing, funding, or mechanical issues.
Now, Baltimore's police union is putting a spotlight on some staffing shortages in the Southern District. Now, this past weekend, only 4 scheduled officers were on patrol Saturday and Sunday mornings. Commanders were forced to recruit 12 additional officers to work overtime to fill vacancies. Now, while police spokesperson insists the shifts were fully staffed, union leaders say it is dangerous to rely on officers working overtime.
Morning, Fox 45 News is continuing to demand transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott about the Safe Streets program, one day after the mayor cut our questions short. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning right in front of City Hall with the response, including whether he supports a full forensic audit or not. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that's right. Fox 45 News has been pressing Mayor Brandon Scott for answers about Safe Streets' possible ties to the Black Guerrilla Family or BGF gang. The mayor finally responding to our questions, saying that he is committed to accountability. Take a listen to exactly what he said.
So we're going to go through this again, Mackenzie. I think that we appreciate your reporting, and we appreciate the fact that you guys can go and look up public documents in court and know that one individual way back in 2010 had been involved in BGF and was in Safe Streets, but we know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in BGF. Whoever it is, If they're in the streets of Baltimore and they're doing things with BGF or any other organized person, if we find out, we will do what we do all the time. If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother. She'll be treated the same way.
You just heard Mayor Scott reference 2010 there. That's because a court record from 2010 shows BGF gang members were trying to get hired within Safe Streets to help legitimize the gang. Now, funding for the Safe Streets program comes from the state coffers, so we pressed the mayor on if he would support the state forensic auditors taking a look at how the money in Safe Streets is being spent.
We have a fabulous comptroller in the city of Baltimore who is quite capable of doing that, and we know that when you receive state grants for things, that the state does that on their own.
So if the state auditors were to say they wanted to do it, would you support that?
I just answered that question. City first, and then if the state wants to step in and do that, they can have at it. We're not hiding anything.
The Audit Commission, which is made up of 7 members, could call for a single audit, but so far that hasn't happened yet. As for a state-level audit, we're reaching out to lawmakers to see if they would support a probe, and of course, we'll let you know if we hear back. But for now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In Maryland, Dr. Darren Klugman is on leave from Johns Hopkins for making violence-infused, hate-filled social media posts about the ongoing war in the Middle East.
Maryland's Council on Islamic Relations, known as CARE, raised red flags about a series of posts made in October by a handle called Dr. Klugs. Now, one post described Palestinians as bloodthirsty, morally deprived animals. Another referred to Palestinians as people that rape and murder civilians. Maryland's chapter of CARE says they learned of these posts Monday night, then quickly filed a complaint with the state's Board of Physicians.
We've been listening to reaction from staff at the hospital and physicians who have reached out to us, and also to the families who have pulled their children from the hospital and now have taken their children to other hospitals. Healthcare providers, physicians have a responsibility to demonstrate that they can care for these children regardless of their own political views.
Well, the social media account that made the post early October has since been deleted. Meanwhile, Maryland's Board of Physicians says it's unable to disclose if any investigation is underway, but any possible disciplinary action will be posted on the board's website.
A spokesperson for Johns Hopkins says, in part, they share the concern of many about the, quote, deeply disturbing social media post, and they're committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment. You can read their full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This comes as Montgomery County teacher is now under investigation for pushing conspiracy theories about the war. Her posts claim that Israelis are killing Palestinians to sell their organs. According to the Daily Wire, Montgomery County Schools is now investigating.
The words Holocaust 2.0 were written in chalk during a rally at the University of Maryland. The group organizing the rally says none of their members wrote that message, and they quickly washed it off.
The CASA of Maryland is facing some backlash over its executive director's comments on the war, expressing his steadfast support for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. Some lawmakers are not satisfied with the apology after CASA deleted the posts.
Now, CASA released a statement this week saying in part, quote, "We wanted to shine a spotlight directly on the innocent Israeli and Palestinian children and families caught in the midst of this horrendous conflict. Instead, we caused dear friends pain and confusion."
A victory Friday for Ravens flock, where the birds now perch in the AFC North, and a look ahead to future games.
And we're looking at warmer today, but showers are in our future. Meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when those showers come after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:42 and taking you live back to M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Flock is waking up victorious. You know that by now. My goodness, unless you just pushed the rock off of you. It's all thanks to the big win over the Bengals. Final score, Baltimore 34 to Cincinnati's 20. This means the Ravens remain on top of the AFC North. In fact, they're on top of the entire AFC right now at 8-3. The Bengals remain at the bottom of the AFC North with 5-5 record.
Well, next Sunday, the Ravens will take on the Chargers in Los Angeles. Kickoff there, scheduled for 8:20. A bye week follows that game. And then Baltimore will return right here at home, take on the LA Rams on Sunday. That's December 10th at 1 p.m. And of course, you can watch the game right here on Fox 45. One major retailer looking out for their customers this holiday season by putting less stress on your wallet. We'll tell you where just ahead.
Business leaders looking to bridge the gap with underserved communities. Upcoming events that are providing much needed resources plus a chance to meet a Ravens legend. 8:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Okay, good old Baltimore is number 7 on the list for Operation 10 City, providing entrepreneurs resources for underserved communities. And joining us this morning, the Director of Strategy and Operations, Melissa Duff-Brown. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Taylor.
It's so good to have you here. So let's talk about 10 City. It's designed to really bridge the gap for Black and people of color in really getting their foot in business. Tell us about that.
Absolutely, because Dr. Bill Winston, who is the founder of this effort, one of the things when we take a look at urban cities and see what's happening, the wealth gap was getting wider and wider for Black and brown communities. And taking a look at their neighborhoods, and we recognized that it needed a restoration of hope as well as economic empowerment. And to do that, each person has an undeniable gift and talent that they've been given. But sometimes hope has been deferred and they've forgotten, but they don't know it. And so Greatness Unlocked is our theme. Therefore, we're opening it up and giving giving them the practical skills. And so,
go ahead.
The practical skills to be able to do that. And so we do it in a multitude of ways, from community engagement to entrepreneurship training to pitch competitions. And so we're at the Baltimore Convention Center, the 17th and 18th, and right now, Youthpreneur is going on. And so we've partnered with middle schools and high schools, and we're doing a 4-hour intensive training for them. And so they're going to get entrepreneurship skills and learn how to start a legal enterprise. We have had people to retire their parents from learning skills of entrepreneurship. And so we're doing that today from 9:30 until 1:30. And then this evening is a youth empowerment event that'll take place.
So you guys really do come and bridge the gap, really stand in the middle behind finding someone's vision, finding their hope, and helping them get to the next level. So Youth are today, but tomorrow, what's going on?
So we'll start with partnering in East Baltimore and West Baltimore. So we'll be at Mount Pleasant Community Life Center in East Baltimore, and then Carver Vocational Technical High School. And so from 9 to noon, there's a drive-through food giveaway. We're giving away 1,000 bags of groceries, 500 gas cards, and brand new clothes at both locations. It'll feed a family of 4 for over a week.
Wow.
And then at the Convention Center from 9 to 11:30 is the finals of the pitch competition. So local entrepreneurs have already engaged, and they'll pitch Shark Tank style for a top prize of $10,000. We have an expo and career fair going on until 1 p.m., and we've got employers and businesses an opportunity for contracts. And then we have keynote speaks, and your very own Ray Lewis is the first one. He goes on.
I didn't want to bury the lead there, but
12:50, 12:45, he's on.
Oh my gosh.
Then, of course, Dr. Dolores Thomas and then Pastor Bill Winston will close out that. And then that night, we have Todd Delaney, a free gospel concert. And Healing and Miracle Service, close out the evening.
You guys have a lot of events going on. On your website, it says an approach you have is to create producers in every city. We know Baltimore's 7 of 10 cities. Explain exactly what this means.
Well, many times we participate as consumers. When we take a look at the dollar in the African American community, it only circulates for an hour because there's not an infrastructure of an environment of business. And so a producer means you have an idea, a creativity, and then you are able to monetize that. When you can make your family stronger, then your community is stronger. And for every percentage of crime that goes down from that strength, more businesses will go into that area, and then it can grow and have the tax base to be able to support and grow, and money can stay in the community and circulate for weeks on end. And so that's the goal. And they can still register at operation10city.com, and it's absolutely free. And if they register, we'll even pay for parking. So there's absolutely no reason for anybody to miss this event.
Okay, well, if you're in business, this is the place to be, this upcoming weekend. And if you're young, today,
but you can even come tomorrow, because we've had youth make the finals of the pitch competition. We had a 17-year-old win in Philadelphia.
All right. Well, we'll send it right back over to Tom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taylor. Walmart is lowering food prices for customers this holiday season. The company says it's doing so to ease the cost burden on its customers. Now, Walmart reports general merchandise sales fell in the third quarter compared to last year, while overall product costs went up. CEO Doug McMillan says beef prices are still high. Other foods, such as dairy, eggs, and chicken, are starting to go lower. All right, so it's 8:50, and you see Walmart, and a lot of people will be heading to the stores this weekend because Black Friday is coming up, but still, there's a whole lot of these deals heading out earlier.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and check our forecast, though. We're looking live right now as we're checking the roads, but meteorologist Justin Chambers will tell us if it feels as nice as it looks.
Yeah, not too bad right now. A lot of cloud cover that is out there here this hour, and we're going to see more cloud cover throughout the day today. That's going to be moving in, and our temperatures are going to keep warming up. Now, not tracking any rain with this cloud cover, as that rain remains to the west of us at this time. That's ahead of our next weather maker, which is a cold front coming out of the Ohio River Valley. We'll see some of those showers, but really not until tonight. As you can see on our HRRR future scan, the hourly future scan, 3 o'clock this this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies, but warm temperatures. This rain not really even until about 8 and 9 o'clock. It'll start to creep closer to us. And by about 10 p.m., you'll see a few of those showers from Bel Air and Baltimore down through Columbia and Laurel up into northern Baltimore County and back into Carroll County, too, through about midnight tonight before that moves out of here. Hank the Bird, excited about the Ravens win? Yep, and excited about the weekend, too, with lower 50s through 9 a.m. and 60s into the noon hour. And we'll see those mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Typically this time of year, we're in the upper 50s, so still in that well above average category. Harford and Cecil counties in those mid 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen. Up into northeast Elkton at 66 for your high this afternoon. If you want to get the leaves raked up in the yard, today is the day to do it. Tomorrow, too much wind. It's going to be blowing those piles everywhere. And even Sunday, still a bit breezy at times. So if you want Mother Nature to be the leaf blower, then that's all good. But it's happening tomorrow and Sunday. Also happening, our temperatures coming back down. So back down near or even below average, especially as we head toward next week. So that temperature trend after today is definitely going down. Now let's talk about the rain that's on the way for next week. It's going to start early Tuesday morning. A few scattered showers here, maybe some upper level snow showers. Most of that rain is going to be Tuesday afternoon into Wednesday, and the bulk of that rain comes Tuesday night right there, that yellow between Baltimore and Philly. It's going to continue up the 95 corridor early Wednesday morning and continue to track out to the north and the east, and a lot of blue up there for the northeast on Wednesday morning and into the afternoon, which is a very busy travel day. So even those airports up to the north sometimes can affect airports all across the country. Just 6 days out until Thanksgiving. We're 3 weeks from today until Hanukkah, and we're inside of now 5 weeks for the winter solstice, just 34 days away, even though Mark's been doing winter all morning there at Gaylord with the ice thing. All right, 7-day forecast looks like this. We're staying dry after tonight and into tomorrow morning, dry through early Tuesday, but then Tuesday and Wednesday, definitely wet days. And check out those temperatures on Thursday, guys. Thanksgiving, only a high of 48.
All right, looking to take home a furry friend this holiday season, you're going to want to stick around because next we have our adorable pet of the week.
And looking to find out exactly what's going on. There we go, showing our next hour, revealing a grand prize winner for Billy Joel Concert Contest. One of the 5 lucky participants get the chance to see Billy Joel live in New York. That drawing is coming up here in just minutes.
But before we get to that, we have to take a coffee break.
Very dramatic.
Very much so.
8:56 and topping your morning business report, Mars is paying $661 million for Britain's biggest independent chocolate maker. Mars' takeover of Hotel Chocolat could boost its growth prospects outside of the United Kingdom. Hotel Chocolat was founded in 1993. It has 131 UK stores in addition to cafes and restaurants. Mars, which makes Snickers, Twix, and M&Ms, come on now, has operated in the UK since 1932. More Americans are turning to TikTok for their news. A new study from the Pew Research Center found the percentage of TikTok users who access the app for news rose from 22% in 2022 to 43% this year. The study says that about half of U.S. adults get a good chunk of their news from social media.
Well, it appears Sephora will start locking up fragrances in its stores, according to a new report. It's part of an effort to fight rising incidents of retail theft. Now, Sephora says perfumes are one of the most shoplifted items. Target, Walmart, CVS all have similar moves, but they've put those items behind locked shelves in order to deter stealing. And starting next year, Hyundai will sell new cars on Amazon. U.S. dealers will be able to sell vehicles on the tech company platform, and customers can either pick up cars or have them delivered to their local dealership. It's part of a partnership. Hyundai will include Amazon Alexas in its cars starting in 2025. All right, let's get over to America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale, I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale and it's gonna be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
A shutdown averted for now. President Biden signs the short-term government funding bill into law.
Coming up, how the move is only delaying and not ending a political battle, paving the road for another fight in the new year.
One Baltimore councilman throws his support behind Sheila Dixon for mayor. Coming up next, find out why he's calling for a change in city leadership.
And as we creep just a little bit closer to Thanksgiving, we're talking about temperatures that are going to be different this weekend than what we've seen the last couple of days. We'll break it down right here. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning to you. We are celebrating Friday, November 17th, creeping into the weekend. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Megan Gillen. That made me smile this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at that forecast.
Yeah, and a victory Friday, too. I think a lot of Ravens fans are waking up very happy this morning. Maybe a little groggy, maybe a little, you know what I mean? Like you need some coffee. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on right now in Towson. Water is what you need. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We still have some of those fall colors out there, but overall a little hazy right now. Still some of that wildfire smoke moving in from the south. Those fires in Virginia continue to burn. So after a cool Friday morning, another warm afternoon, and then we are tracking showers that will move in late tonight. So Friday is going to be dry. It's going to be tonight where that rain rolls in. So if you do have to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, or if you'd like to, upper 50s and lower 60s. And we'll talk about close to 71 today. We drop to the 50s tonight, and guess what? We don't get out of the 50s tomorrow, so it will definitely feel November-like on Saturday. We'll do your full forecast coming up in a few minutes, including a look ahead to the busy travel week that is ahead next week.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
This morning, in a city in crisis, City Councilman Eric Costello expressing a strong message, saying he no longer trusts Mayor Brandon Scott to lead Baltimore moving forward. Costello claims it's time for a change, and he believes that Sheila Dixon is the best mayoral candidate.
We need proven leadership that can restore faith in our local government while creating a culture of accountability that will right this ship. And I believe that former Mayor Sheila Dixon is that leader.
This is Dixon's first endorsement from a city council member, and it comes less than 48 hours before Mayor Scott kicks off his own re-election campaign. That happens tomorrow. Fox 45 News' Olivia Dance is outside of City Hall with the fallout from Costello's remarks and how the mayor is responding this morning. Olivia.
Well, Taylor, you just heard Councilman Eric Costello say that City Hall here has reached a level of dysfunction that he never thought was possible. And now the councilman is supporting former Mayor Sheila Dixon. But if you remember, it was just 4 years ago that he endorsed Mayor Brandon Scott's campaign.
Make no mistake about it. I love Brandon Scott as a person. I do. And it pains me to say that his lack of leadership is failing all of us. We are at an inflection point, and continuing on this trajectory is simply not an option.
Costello is the first city council member to make a public endorsement. Now, a spokesperson with the mayor's campaign questioned the fallout, asking, quote, do we want to keep building Baltimore's future or return to the failed leadership and policies of the past? Mayor Scott represents a brighter future, not a move backwards, end quote. But Costello isn't convinced and predicts that Dixon will earn the support of other council members, too. Costello says that despite a public fall from grace, Dixon has never stopped working for or caring for the city of Baltimore. Also, despite some tough words, Costello says he still expects to continue to work with Mayor Scott without incident. Back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned that Costello is the first council member to make a public endorsement. How much of an impact are political analysts saying this will have?
Well, Taylor, we actually spoke with John Deedy, a political expert, and he predicts that this endorsement will carry a lot of weight. Take a listen to exactly why he says that.
This endorsement, along with Sandy Rosenberg's endorsement, in many ways may lead people in Canton and Roland Park and other areas to say, if these prominent leaders crossed her, I guess I can cross this bridge and vote for Sheila Dixon.
Of course, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out and if any more council members decide to speak up. But of course, only time will tell. For now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Now, Baltimore residents tell Fox 45 News they've steadily grown more frustrated with city leadership over the past few months. While shootings and homicides are down, the city has seen more car thefts and more than tripled in the first 3 months of this year. Mayor Scott says it's a nationwide problem, and he doubled down on a lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Baltimore police are still down more than 500 officers, and the department admitted a staffing shortage may have hindered its response to July's Brooklyn Day mass shooting. There are also new concerns about BPD's Foxtrot helicopter. We're going to have more on that in our next half hour. But another issue that we're seeing in the city, Mayor Scott promised to return to weekly recycling pickup by February of next year. But DPW says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and a lack of working trash trucks.
They've been in violation of the law for the past 2 years, and no other jurisdiction has had this kind of impact and had this stuff go off the line the way Baltimore City has.
I had to build a fence to contain it all, to hold it for that long and, not create a bunch of litter around the neighborhood.
This brings us to our question of the day. If the election was held today, who would you vote for? Mayor Scott or Sheila Dixon? So far, 92% of those who have responded say Dixon. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Again, during his endorsement of Dixon yesterday, Councilman Costello called out dysfunction at City Hall under the Scott administration. He says the situation is worse than he thought possible.
City Hall has reached a level of dysfunction that I never thought was possible, and our residents and our small businesses deserve better.
Well, you can scan the QR code on your screen if you would like to tell us about any city dysfunction that you've experienced, whether it's water main breaks, water pipe issues, sky-high water bills, robberies, trash piling up in your neighborhood. We want to hear about it. The QR code right there will bring you to a form that you can fill out with details on what happened. You can also find it within Jeff Abel's story on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, we know the juvenile crime crisis will be a big focus for voters. Leaders with DJS were in the hot seat just this week, and we learned the process of detaining a teen accused of a crime is highly informal. The department's deputy secretary telling city council that intake officers work remotely, forcing Baltimore police to make a phone call to decide whether or not to bring a juvenile into custody. Take a listen to the points raised by Councilman Costello at this most recent council meeting.
This informal process with DJS, intake officers not being on site at the Juvenile Justice Center, is creating greater harm in the city. There's no opportunity to appeal an intake officer's decision not to detain a juvenile who has committed a very serious or violent offense.
This meeting ended with a commitment to change the process. In fact, the Deputy Secretary of Community Services promising effective November 15th, a memo would go out notifying the department and city leaders of the changes to the intake process. But here we are 2 days later after the deadline, and we have yet to see that memo. We'll keep you updated here. Now, the race for the White House is heating up. Today, some Republican presidential candidates will meet in Iowa for a roundtable, but Donald Trump will be noticeably absent. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy are set to attend the Des Moines event, but Trump was invited, not expected to attend. The event is being billed as a family discussion on politics and each candidate's worldviews. It comes as there are now less than 2 months before the Iowa caucus starts in the GOP primary voting. This weekend, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is expected to endorse Donald Trump for president. Abbott is expected to make this announcement when he and Trump visit the U.S. border this Sunday. It comes after earlier this week, House Speaker Mike Johnson endorsed Trump as well. The move makes him the highest-ranking Republican so far to back the former president in the 2024 bid. Johnson was among dozens of congressional Republicans who supported a lawsuit to delay the electoral vote to certify the 2020 election. Republican Congressman George DeSantis will not seek re-election following a scathing report from the House Ethics Committee. The findings show Santos knowingly told his campaign to file false election reports and used his campaign funds for personal reasons, including Botox and vacations. Santos has maintained his innocence. That's the latest from the news desk.
We want to take you live to M&T Bank Stadium here this morning as the Flock is waking up victorious thanks to a big win over the Bengals. Final score, Baltimore 34, Cincinnati 20. This means the Ravens remain at the top of the AFC North, now at 8-3. The Bengals, however, still at the bottom with a 5-5 record now. Well, from college to pro, we'd love to see how you're cheering on your favorite teams this season. You can scan the QR code that you see there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Still ahead, a major mix-up at a U.S. hospital, and now patients are being notified they may have been exposed to HIV. Coming up, how many years the problem dates back.
But first, new information about the investigation into President Biden's classified document scandal. We'll go live to D.C. to see what the special counsel is saying about it all. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9:13 on this Friday morning, and we've been talking a lot of football here this morning. Big victory last night.
Big victory. I mean, we're already at the top there, Megan.
I know. Pretty incredible.
We're sitting pretty.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers had said 55 degrees at game time. Turns out that's exactly what it was. So hopefully we'll check in with him in just a moment. Meantime, developing now, outrage from Republicans this morning after reports that President Biden will not face charges in his classified document scandal.
Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Now, Kayla, what can you tell us?
Well, special counsel Robert Hur's team is expected to release a final report on the case soon, but there reportedly has been no grand jury activity. House Republicans plan to keep investigating, requesting transcribed interviews with several White House staffers they believe are involved in a possible cover-up. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn posted, "Joe Biden stored classified documents in his garage and nothing will happen." For President Trump, the FBI raided his home and prosecutors issued federal charges against him. But this outcome in Biden's document case isn't that surprising. The Justice Department does have a longstanding policy against indicting a sitting president because it would undermine the capacity of the executive branch to perform its constitutional duties.
Far from a win for the president, though, Kayla, in the polls. We're seeing him struggling there. What do the latest numbers show?
Well, a recent poll of 15,000 Americans found Donald Trump, Biden's most likely opponent, beating him in the Electoral College count if the election were held today. Now, this poll was conducted by Stack Data Strategy. This comes amid rising anger and splits in the Democratic Party over the Israel-Hamas war. The president coming under intense fire from the far left of his party over his strong support for the Jewish state. A lot of the dissent is coming from younger voters. Earlier this week, we saw a group of protesters clash with police outside the DNC headquarters. They were very upset with the Democratic leadership, saying they thought Democrats were on their side. President Biden is on shaky ground now going into the election year. The president showing no signs of feeling this political heat, though, standing strong in his stances as he continues to defend Israel. This week, the president doubled down that Israel had a right to attack the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza because the Israeli government said the hospital was the site of an underground Hamas headquarters. That attack, highly controversial.
All right, Kayla Gaskins, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Making headlines, hundreds of patients at a Massachusetts hospital may have been exposed to HIV and hepatitis. Officials at Salem Hospital say the potential exposures were due to improper administration of IV medication in the past 2 years. Nearly 450 patients could have been exposed to these diseases. So far, hospital officials say they have notified and tested all patients who are believed to have been exposed, but no evidence so far of any infections. Meanwhile, flu activity is on the rise just in time for Thanksgiving gatherings. Weekly data from the CDC shows influenza cases are up 3% this week, and especially in the south and western regions of the U.S. COVID cases and hospitalizations are down.
The judge who handled the murder trial of Alec Murdaugh wants to step down from any future motions in the case. Murdaugh was given a life sentence earlier this year for the 2021 deaths of his wife and son. The judge has asked a new judge be assigned to handle any issues involving the murder charges, but as of now, he is scheduled to handle Murdaugh's upcoming trial for financial crime charges. That case is set for November 27th. SpaceX is pushing back today's planned launch of its Starship system to Saturday, and that is because a piece of landing hardware needed to be replaced. I want to make sure that's done. The unmanned rocket was set to launch today after the company received federal approval. SpaceX initially attempted to launch Starship in April, but it exploded over the Gulf of Mexico.
All right, let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our Friday forecast.
Yeah, and temperatures going to be warm again once again, ladies, as we see those temperatures back into the upper 60s. Got to 72 yesterday, pretty close actually to the record high on your Thursday afternoon. Numbers won't be as close to the record today, but either way, still above average. And you can actually see a little bit more of that cloud cover. The clouds are going to hang around a bit more today, but we're not tracking rain, not until we get into tonight. You can kind of see that on our HD radar starting to creep in the upper left corner of your screen from Cleveland down into Columbus. But overall, the front, the cold front that is what is just to the west of us, and that's going to be the next weather maker that's rolling in as we head into the rest of today and into tonight as well. let's show you what's going on with our hourly future scan. Those red arrows indicating where that wind is coming from. So that's the southerly flow bringing in more of that warm air. That's why we're going to warm up nicely for the afternoon. And notice we stay dry. This is 7 o'clock tonight. So even if you're heading out early for dinner or a date tonight, we're looking good. It's about 9-10 p.m. That's when some of those showers creep into parts of Carroll and Frederick County, down into Howard County as well. And then it's going to move into the 95 corridor, I might say about midnight into the 1 o'clock hour. So this might happen while a lot of us are sleeping tonight, waking up with some wet leaves tomorrow morning. Upper 50s here next hour at Brewers Hill. And overall, our temperatures will climb to the upper 60s. And as I mentioned, a few lower 70s for the afternoon today. Even in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, we're talking about temps still hanging in the mid 60s, which is well above average. Look at that average high of 57. Nowhere near that number for any of us today. Across central Maryland, Eastern Shore, across the bay into downtown Baltimore, right about 71 in Canton and Fells today, 64 in Bel Air, almost 70 in D.C. and in Philly this afternoon, with mid 60s and down the ocean there in Ocean City and 67 in Cumberland. Now, as I mentioned, those temperatures coming down. Starting tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, you're going to see those temperatures closer to average. And then we actually dip a little bit below average a few days next week, which includes Turkey Day. More on that in a moment. Right now, let's talk about the rain that's coming next week. This is our future American model. So this takes us out the farthest out, basically, in terms of time. And Tuesday, this is early tomorrow, Tuesday morning. Some rain showers. The possibility exists with some of that colder air. We could see a few flakes flying in some of our northern counties, but it's really going to be a cold rain into Tuesday afternoon. And then the heaviest rain comes Tuesday night. This is about 9 p.m., that area in yellow right there. This will be a good drought busting rain as we need the rain. We've been just so incredibly dry, especially with those wildfires in Virginia. So all of us will get some good rain. But this comes, of course, on busy travel days, Tuesday and especially on Wednesday, early Wednesday morning. That rain hanging kind of from Alexandria up into Philly and New York on this side of the 95 corridor to the east. But then as you get into Wednesday morning and even into Wednesday afternoon, that potential exists for some snow showers, New York north to Boston. So we know that can mess up a lot of things with that busy airport corridor to the north of us and a very busy travel day, as we're all talking about how we've seen those numbers go up in terms of people who are expected to travel. So here's that 7-day forecast. Again, after those showers roll through, we're looking good. Thursday is just going to be cold on Turkey Day morning, and into the afternoon, we'll barely get to the upper 40s. So just be aware of that if you have outdoor plans for Thanksgiving.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network here taking a look over Towson at Loch Raven Boulevard. We've got some volume out there, but no incidents to report here.
This is what we're doing in 2023.
Coming up, a black police officer says her white captain disciplined her over her hair. The discrimination lawsuit she's now filing, accusing the captain of breaking the law.
I just went down Snowflow Mountain at Ice Gaylord National, had a great time. Bring the kids. It's amazing. Happy holidays.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Much like the North Pole, this Christmas experience is full of ice.
Mark Clark was sliding into the Christmas spirit at the Gaylord National Ice Village. Mark.
And of course, we're in ice here, the island of misfit toys. Kurt's back with us. Kurt, this is amazing. I'm really blown away with the craftsmanship here.
The artistry is amazing. We are so fortunate to work with a group from Harbin, China. These are our craftsmen who had this skill passed down from generation to generation. When they come here, they're bringing tools that their father and grandfathers gave them to create all this beautiful scenery. We are in the slide room. This is the centerpiece of the ice tent, but it's only one of 13 different scenes that you'll see from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. We've got all the characters, whether it's Hermie or Rudolph or Clarice. There's Snowman Sam, there's the Bumble, there's Yukon Cornelius. Those of us of a certain age really remember these characters so very well, and we want to introduce them to a whole new audience as well.
I love it, man, and again, they're so vivid, it's so amazingly done. So something for everybody, the kids having a ball, the parents marveling at this work, and again, you have to come check this out. Thanks again, Kurt. You have to come check this out. It's a tradition and an amazing one at that.
Yes. All right, we've got more information on our website. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Still ahead, they are a critical crime-fighting tool, but are they being utilized correctly?
Coming up, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore police helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most.
This morning, we continue to demand answers from Mayor Scott about safe streets. Coming up next, find out how he responded when we asked him about the program's possible gang ties. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, November 17th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Just got a text from a friend of mine, Leon from Mount St. Joe's, watching at the hospital. Thank you very much for watching us, and hopefully you're feeling better.
Yes, ditto to that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers hopefully giving you some sunshine out the window there.
I might have to go to Mount St. Joe's on our Foodie Friday. A lot of J food over there. Jambalaya, too, from both of the Rogers. So it's good stuff, but I maybe ate too much. Trying to enjoy it on a Friday. I'm enjoying Victory Friday. Why not? We'll work out and diet tomorrow. Our downtown Baltimore camera looking nice and calm here. We are going to see that wind pick up a little bit today. We'll definitely see more cloud cover coming in as we head into the later part of the afternoon. Temperatures right now are hanging out in the 50s, so overall kind of milder numbers here. 54 officially in Baltimore City, 56 in Annapolis, and 52 in Bel Air. So you can see typically this time of year our high temps are in the upper 50s, nowhere near that. We're going to slide into the lower 70s for some of us later this afternoon. We are tracking some showers, but it's really not going to be impacting your day. It'll be more tonight if you're out late. That's when the rain rolls in. We do have a lot more rain on the way for next week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. All right, how's our commute looking late in the commute now, Tom?
Yeah, the end of this Friday morning commute, and not looking too bad at all. In fact, there's one incident that we need to tell you about on the outer loop. That got cleared up. So Kearney, everybody's wide open. Look at this. The slowest times around the loop that we typically show you these drive times here are normally in the green, but they're normally 9 minutes, 8 minutes, and 10 minutes. So I'm not sure why they're in the yellow with the 8-minute commute for 83, 695 to 795 to 83, because that's typically where we're at. So no issues at all to report around the Beltway.
We're getting another armed robbery at gunpoint involving a white Honda Elantra. Fox is down.
This morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why Baltimore Police Foxtrot helicopters may not be up and running when they're needed most.
The Baltimore Police Department Aviation Unit is one of the department's most critical crime-fighting tools. Sources with knowledge about Foxtrot tell us the aviation unit, quote, has a huge issue with staffing pilots. They're now down to 3 line pilots. But chief spokesperson for Baltimore's police department is calling those concerns, quote, inaccurate. Baltimore City Councilman Mark Conway, the chair of the council's Public Safety Committee, weighs in on the concern.
I think it's really important that we figure out what's going on there. We need all the resources that we can to support our officers and the work that they do. We don't want to be in instances where we need Foxtrot and we don't have it. That's not acceptable.
Wednesday night, just after 9 o'clock, officers were called for Foxtrot after 2 back-to-back armed robberies, but they were met with an out-of-service response. Now, Councilman Conway is questioning why Foxtrot has not been able to respond in multiple instances.
Is it a matter of staffing? Is it a matter of maintenance? Is it a matter of something else that we can't speak for at the moment? I want to get to those questions as soon as possible.
Fox 45 News sent questions to Baltimore's police department, including what is the staffing situation with Foxtrot and are more pilots needed. A spokesperson responded, writing, Foxtrot has set hours of operations and those hours fluctuate during high crime times. When referring to the Saturday incident, they also wrote Foxtrot had not started their shift yet. This was not due to staffing, funding, or mechanical issues.
Baltimore's police union is putting a spotlight on some staffing shortages in the Southern District. This past weekend, only 4 scheduled officers were on patrol Saturday and Sunday mornings. Commanders were forced to recruit 12 other officers to work overtime in order to fill vacancies. While a police spokesperson insists the shifts were fully staffed, union leaders say it is dangerous to rely on officers working overtime.
This morning, Fox 45 News continuing to demand transparency from Mayor Brandon Scott about the Safe Streets program, one day after the mayor cut our questions short. Olivia Dance is standing by live in front of City Hall this morning with his response, including whether he supports a full forensic audit or not. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that's exactly right. Fox 45 News has been pressing Mayor Brandon Scott for answers about Safe Streets' possible ties to the Black Guerrilla family or BGF gang. The mayor finally responding to our questions, saying that he is committed to accountability. Take a listen to exactly what he said.
So we're going to go through this again, Mackenzie. I think that we appreciate your reporting, and we appreciate the fact that you guys can go and look up public documents in court and know that one individual way back in 2010 had been involved in BGF and was in Safe Streets, but we know that that does not mean that everyone that's in Safe Streets is in BGF. Whoever it is, if they're in the streets of Baltimore and they're doing things with BGF or any other organized person, if we find out, we will do what we do all the time. If you're involved in illegal activity, it can be my mother, she'll be treated the same way.
Well, you just heard Mayor Scott reference 2010. That's because a court record from 2010 shows BGF gang members were trying to get hired within Safe Streets to help legitimize the gang. Funding for the Safe Streets program comes from the state coffers. So we pressed the mayor on if he would support the state forensic auditors taking a look at how the money in Safe Streets is being spent.
We have a fabulous comptroller in the city of Baltimore who is quite capable of doing that, and we know that when you receive state grants for things that the state does that on their own.
So if the state auditors were to say they wanted to do it, would you support that?
I just answered that question. City first, and then if the state wants to step in and do that, they can have at it. We're not hiding anything.
The Audit Commission, which is made up of 7 members, could call for a single audit, but so far that hasn't happened yet. As for a state-level audit, we're reaching out to lawmakers to see if they would support a probe, and of course, we'll let you know if we hear anything back. But for now, reporting live outside City Hall, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News have been pushing for transparency from safe streets for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along with our investigation on foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, civilians in Gaza plunging into darkness as the Israel-Hamas war expands in the Middle East.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with the latest on the war and the increasing dire situation for civilians in the region. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. Take a look at this article from The Guardian, updating in real time. And in it, you can see the UN is warning of immediate possibilization of starvation along the Gaza Strip. Right now, internet, phone services, telephone completely down, cutting off all communication across the Gaza Strip, which could last indefinitely. Washington also doubling down on claims that Hamas used Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital as a command center and storage facility. Israeli Defense Forces posted this video showing that tunnel shaft inside the region's largest hospital, where hundreds were sheltering inside. Take a listen to what else they discovered.
There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
This morning, we've also learned IDF forces recovered the body of one of the hostages near the Al-Shifa hospital. 65-year-old grandmother Yehudet Weiss. She was one of 240 people abducted. And meantime, the families of those stolen by Hamas are on a 5-day march from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They're demanding the government do as much as it can to secure their release.
We are trying to kind of scrape the last remnants of faith and trust in our government that when a relevant deal comes to the table, they will take it.
Now, as negotiations for a ceasefire drags on, the IDF says it struck Hezbollah positions right near southern Lebanon. They also say they were able to destroy the home of a key Hamas leader in Gaza. We'll keep you posted here at the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Still ahead, she was sworn to protect and serve, but says her captain is preventing her from doing that because he doesn't like her hairstyle. How she's now filing a lawsuit calling it discrimination.
Live look outside. The calendar may show November, but it sure doesn't feel like it. We could climb into the 70s today. Coming up, the above average temperatures and if they'll last through your weekend plans. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
You know, it's Friday, and that makes all of us want to lay on our backs and put our feet up in the air. It's time to introduce you to our Pet of the Week, Katie Hain with the Maryland SPCA, joining us live with Ivy, who is super happy we're heading into a weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. If you're looking for a ham instead of a turkey this year, she is your dog. Look no further.
And she knows how to sit and give you her paw. She definitely does that for the treat.
She does.
She likes treats.
She's a sweet girl, about 3.5 years old. She was an owner surrender that came to the shelter. She has a history of living happily with cats. We're not quite sure how she does with other dogs.
Yeah,
she
you
does
like
well
cats.
with cats.
She is strong, though. I've seen her kind of move. She's a very happy, strong puppy, so you got to be ready for that. And
yeah, she's a bigger girl.
Yeah.
Very, very playful and
carry it well.
energetic, but also wants to be right up on the couch. I think she's tried to jump up on every couch here, so
she wants to be a lap dog. She's beautiful too. She's definitely got a wide variety in her. She's got a lot of love.
Yep, American Pit Bull is like the primary breed, but she's definitely got some mix to her, so it's kind of a mystery.
Coloring. You and I said maybe Shepherd, who knows, but just a beautiful girl. Oh, do you see yourself?
You see yourself?
So if people want to come and meet her, they can come today, see if it's a good fit for their family.
1 o'clock, 3300 Falls Road, and set up a meet and greet. You're not going to regret it.
She is happy.
She really is. She's working the room today.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you for coming in, Ivy. Good luck.
Yeah.
You're a good girl. You want to give one more look to the camera? Well, I mean, my goodness, she is milking this. All right, Ivy, your favorite day is coming. Thanksgiving, when we get to have more treats, more snacks. It might not be until next week, but if you've got a frozen bird, you might need to start thinking about thawing it out now. Coming up, how much time you need to budget to safely thaw your bird. And first, a disturbing trend on the rise in America. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the rise of anti-Semitism here at home and across the globe. Time now, 9:41. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, this week on Full Measure, while much focus has been on the Middle East, America's closest adversary in terms of proximity is Cuba, where there are ongoing concerns about the communist islands' alliances.
Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson reporting from Cuba this week and is here with a preview of her story. Cheryl, good morning.
Good morning. We waited a couple of years for Cuba to approve our journalism visa, which is required to report from there. And when we arrived, we really found a communist island nation that I think looks a lot different than what many Americans may envision. This is post-Castro Cuba. We found officials that were eager to talk about the failure of their Soviet-style economy and to renew their pleas for the U.S. to lift the long-standing embargo that's been going on for decades, which is really crippling everything and everybody there. We also had the chance to ask them about their closening ties to China, which is concerning a lot of officials here in the United States.
Well, Cheryl, you're also examining a rise in reports of anti-Semitism across the globe.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that an Islamic extremist terrorism attack on Jews in Israel would unleash a torrent of racism and anti-Semitism around the globe, but that's exactly what's happened. Some of it emanating from America's college campuses, where that's been building, frankly, for decades. Analysts say part of this is a reflection of the fact that radicalized populations have moved far outside their own countries. And Sunday on Full Measure, we'll be speaking with a White House expert on anti-Semitism about all of this.
Thank you, Cheryl. You can watch Full Measure with Cheryl Atkinson right here on Fox 45, airing Sunday mornings at 10 and then again re-airing at 11 that night. For a behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours wherever you listen to your podcasts.
All right, 9:46, time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at another beautiful day in store.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it's the last one. It's just our last really warm and above average day for at least a while, because as we head into the weekend, those temperatures are going to be coming down. Now, we do have to deal with cloud cover out there as well. We're already seeing that here from our Towson cam. Overall, though, that rain is not going to be an issue really until later tonight. In fact, you can kind of see a few of those showers from Cleveland down through Columbus, the other side of the mountains. That's where our cold front resides, the next weather maker. That's going to come in later today, and basically tonight is when we'll see the showers. Behind that, we'll get that colder and drier air and the wind that is going to pick up on Saturday. Now, this is our hourly future scan. A little southerly wind today. That's what's indicated with those red arrows right there. But again, that warm air is going to be in place ahead of the cold front. Even if you're heading out about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, you're still going to be good to go. But maybe just have the umbrella with you, or at least the rain jacket, because as you head home about 10, 11 o'clock tonight, that's when a few of those showers will start to move in from west to east. And it's not looking like a lot. So any of that rain that we do get tonight is not going to be much to really help with that drought situation. Go ahead and get a round of golf in today, because tomorrow at least a 2, if not a 3 or 4 club wind, as we'll be seeing that wind really pick up tomorrow. And again, the cooler temperatures. So 60s and even some lower 70s down in Baltimore City. 69 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium, Dundalk out through Essex, Middle River, even to Sparrows Point and Edgemere in the upper 60s today. Perry Hall and White Marsh, you'll be right in the mid 60s. The tree lighting I'm hearing is going on very soon. So mid to upper 60s there at Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge at 68. Same number for you there in Odenton this afternoon. On your leaf cast with that rake that is moving, yeah, today it's going to be fine if you want to kind of get those leaves piled up, or maybe just throw the mower over them and mulch them. As we get into Saturday, though, and Sunday, yeah, not going to want to try to be out there battling the wind, because that wind is going to blow those big piles around. Here's a look at that temperature tracker, and the next couple of days, those numbers definitely coming down. Now, we're kind of hanging near or just slightly above average Saturday and Sunday, but it won't feel that way with the wind. And then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, definitely those cooler numbers are on the way. And then the big weather maker that's coming next week is a lot of rain. Early Tuesday morning, could see some higher elevation flakes and flurries flying, but overall, just kind of a cold rain for all of us. This is Tuesday afternoon, 4 or 5 p.m., when a lot of folks are starting to get out maybe for the holiday, get a jump on that Wednesday traffic. Well, Tuesday night, a lot of heavy rain is going to be with us, even in the overnight hours as well through Wednesday morning. Most of us here at home are going to be dry by Wednesday afternoon, but our friends just to the north, or if you're traveling up to the northeast corridor, that's where you'll see the potential for rain and possibly even some snow mixed in there as well. So those are big travel days, and we know we have any kind of little thing that messes it up. It's like throwing a pebble into a pond, kind of a whole effect there that we'll see. Now, after all of those showers move out of here, Thursday looks great, nice and dry for Thanksgiving, but colder. Highs only in the upper 40s.
9:49, and now making your headlines from New Jersey. A police officer is suing her department for claims of discrimination. And Cheyenne Weeks Rivera says that she was disciplined by her captain for wearing her hair in Bantu knots. a style he allegedly called unbecoming for an officer, according to the handbook that advises on hairstyles for officers for safety reasons. The department is referring to the Crown Act now to see if it violated the act. But Weeks Rivera and her attorney say the captain's comments were discriminatory and broke the law.
And to have a white man tell you your hair is rollers. This who you are.
Every time I hear it, it's cringeworthy. It's unbelievable.
Weeks Rivera says that she's worn the style before many times and has never had an issue. New Jersey is one of 24 states to enact a version of the Crown Act, which is intended to prohibit race-based hair discrimination. Maryland enacted its version into law in 2020.
Well, Thanksgiving may not be until next Thursday, but if you've got a frozen bird, you may need to start thinking about thawing it this weekend, depending on how large it is. Butterball says you need to allow for 1 day of thawing for every 4 pounds of turkey. Be sure to keep the turkey in its original wrapper while it's thawing. Always thaw your turkey in the fridge and in a pan or tray, and thaw it breast side up. You'll also want to cook your turkey within 4 days of thawing. Keep that in mind, too. Well, this year's low turkey prices mean Thanksgiving won't gobble up your wallet. That's according to a new survey by the American Farm Bureau Federation, which says the average cost of a dinner for 10 people will be $61 down from last year's $64. A live look outside. It's going to be unseasonably warm. Sneak peek at that Thanksgiving Day. 9:51 now on Good Day Baltimore.
A lot of consideration there. All right, upper 60s and lower 70s. We're tracking some showers late this evening. We're going to be breezy and cooler tomorrow for the most part. it's all going to be done in terms of rain, but definitely colder, only upper 50s tomorrow. Sunday looks great, and then next week we are tracking that next weather maker. That's going to be the big impact storm system, bringing a lot of rain, some heavy rain, even some mountain snow possible as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday. Turkey Day looks cold but great. Black Friday, no issues there either, and then a little bit more cloud cover by next Saturday and Sunday. So overall, I mean, it's November. Today is the last day where it won't feel like November.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Sony Music Entertainment and Sony Electronics.
Billy Joel's Vinyl Collection Volume 2 is out and brings together Billy Joel's successful albums from the later part of his career. In fact, all week we've been giving away prizes. And right now, we get to give away the grand prize.
So we've got the 5 winners from Monday through Friday this week inside this glass that Taylor is holding. Whoever's name is pulled out wins a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows at Madison Square Garden. So without further ado, do we also want to tell you?
Yeah, we need to tell them
Let's make it
about
even
that.
sweeter. You're going to get 2 round-trip Amtrak tickets from Baltimore, Maryland to New York City.
Not cheap.
And 2 tickets to see Billy Joel again perform live at
And
Square Garden.
you get
And
this.
hotel accommodations at Even Hotel Times Square South. Not to mention the collection there. So now it is time for the winner.
I have selected one winner from this wine glass, and the person in question.
Look how big that name is.
It's Richard Felder.
Fielder.
Yeah, Richard. Congratulations. Going to see Billy Joel.
This alone
Yeah.
is super cool.
10 vinyls right there, too.
It says 11 on there.
It says 11?
11 LPs.
Wow. Well, there must be a skinny
No,
one.
I
in
think there's
there.
probably the double.
The
You know,
double
they have
one,
the-
yeah. It's got to be a double one in
So
there.
you get that. You
Live
get to
from
see it
Long
live,
Island.
the hotel, the Amtrak ride.
All I can
mean,
think of is Step Brothers when I think of Billy Joel. Because I'm like, we only do 80s Billy Joel. Come on. But that's the whole collection. You get it all right there.
All right, Richard. He's got 2 tickets, so...
Grab a date now, Richard.
Yeah,
Maybe
there you
for
go.
what?
Congratulations. Have a great weekend, everyone, especially Richard.
Yeah.